We'll see. We look for 19-ish. Maybe. I gotta bring up my Algathar score. Squeak. There we go. Alright, today. Oh, let's go. This is exactly what I needed. Exactly what I needed. Today we are getting our monk from like 3697 to 3800 at least. We can make a bigger jump too. We'll see. We'll see. I don't have anything to send that into, yeah. Alright. 2 Algathar. What about Cope? How we doing? How we doing? We gotta get our Miss Weaver some IO, because this week I think is when we're gonna start playing with a more or less dedicated team. Something like that. We're gonna try to at least. I am 3840 on my disc. I haven't pushed on my disc in like 2 weeks. What is it? Blood Knight. Yeah, we're gonna get back to pushing on disc probably in like. I might start doing it like 1 day a week for a bit, but probably near the end of the season we'll make like a big title push on my priest. Yeah, I don't get G. What's going on? Yeah, I think we can get two healers to title this season. I think. And title are getting closer. Yeah. The score keeps running up. More people are re-rolling as well, and so you have a lot of new characters kind of entering into that 1% range. That's another thing too, Manby, is like you'll have a bunch of people who, like a druid, for example, will have already qualified for title. Or the 1%. And then people stop playing that, re-roll to monk, and they get that one up, and then that pushes the results higher and higher. Yeah. Always walking? Yeah, we're wandering. Just meandering around. Going on a little journey.
5, 4.
Not all who wander are lost.
2, 1. 5.
Bow.
3, 2, 1.
Always lost. It is pretty fun. I went for a walk, was it Friday or something like that? And I like went to my usual route, and then I just started kind of just going wherever. I ended up like walking like almost 5 miles. And I had to like sort of guess which streets I needed to go down to find my way back. It was pretty fun though. Oh, nice little adventure.
Must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could,
Just sticking to my dude.
realign the life magics of this place.
Just do a little stun for fun. What's the hardest boss? Why is it Ember Dawn? Really? I don't know if I've done the key level yet where I feel like I'm super threatened by Ember Dawn. I feel like Viceroy is one of my kryptonites. That's one I'm like pretty consistently afraid of. Especially when the group decides to not pull that trash pack in the corner. That's one I really, really hate. No. Well, I surrender.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Yeah, or you can check out the videos I've made for like the UI and how to change stuff around. Up to you. Yeah. Yeah, I guess like ninjaing it later, but I think that's not the end of the world if you pull it early enough. I don't like it when they pull birds really, really fast and then you just get like blown up while the tank is getting the pull together. That stuff gets annoying. Yeah, we're speedrunning something. People already leaving after one attempt? Isn't it Brazil? Oh, okay. NT. I thought it was a Brazil. I guess not. Yeah, 1921, something like that. That was a speed run. That's for sure. Algathar first pull, man. Algathar first pull. I just want to get rid of this stupid 16, man. If I can. Well, let's see. Master still technically is an upgrade. Technically. Man, I hate having that like one key lagging behind. I think I have. What was my key? Oh, I have a 12. I have a 12. Yeah. Next week. Next week's gonna be better. What can you do? 3,400 for the first time taking keys seriously. Let's go, Mets. Hopefully it's been fun. Oh, they wanted a shaman for lust, don't they? And for a ret. 70 pulls on Bellow, 4 healing as Holy Priest. I've never been more bored in my life. I bet, dude. I bet. Oh, man. I think you spin at 4 targets is what people were saying, Monty. Yeah. I think it's 4. I could kind of use him next to this point as well. The add-on for the tank hit type stuff, that is... what do you call it? It's X-Boss. EX-Boss is what it's called. Yeah. Algathar. Hey, Algathar, he has a tank. Let me see. Do they even have profiles? They should, right? Yeah, let me put this in my... I didn't mess around with anything. Jack, M+ only. I didn't mess around with anything for raid. So, let me upload it. It's in my sub chat, there's a pin. Check that link. I'm gonna update it right now. Oh, I gotta sign in. Invite me to your Algathar. Rah. Send it into Google. Blood's always perfect. Okay. Yeah. I just want to make sure, because sometimes people are like, "Where's the raid stuff?" And I'm like, didn't use it. So I was just making sure. X boss. Okay. That should be in the sub chat pinned document. Whoever made the image for my YouTube live stream needs a raise. My editor's goated, man. Yo, Vale, thanks so much for the new sub. Oh, man. Yeah, he's got some good ones. I liked the painting a picture of Zalatat's feet one I had a week or so ago. Let's see. Anyway, HPAL, it's fun. I like that they took forever to do it, but they finally started making spenders do something. But unfortunately, it was also like, I'm kind of the opinion, and you're welcome to disagree, but I feel like there's a time now with how seasonal and how like on the rails WoW has gotten, right? There's sort of like a time for when everybody could play whatever. And then you start getting into like the late season where we're at right now, where everyone just wants to play Fodom. Everybody just expects Fodom. You know, it's just like the change for Paladins, like making their spenders actually good and feel powerful and all that stuff is great, but it also happened as everybody and their mother's re-rolling. And so it's like, you just don't really get to play. You don't really get to like play as part of that experience, you know? That shit gets annoying. If the Rhett's a leader, he's gonna invite a shaman. Yep. Trinkets do I like on Monk? Litany would be great. I do not have it though. I have some bad trinkets. I got some bad ones. But like Gaze, Litany would be great. If you're only doing M+, probably going for like Heart of Wind would be a big one. Yeah. From years before. There's not that many 19s though, but it, you know, it's the middle of the day, so it's kind of to be expected. There's kind of to be expected. Aug Invoker is always good to have in the group. Yeah, a lot of times Monk does run with Aug because you want to have a Bloodlust. In my sub chat, Genji, so just make sure you have your Discord and your Twitch connected, and it should be like wholesome sub chat, and it'll be pinned up at the top. Yeah. So many Myzaras and pits and seats. We got a feral druid, huh? Master Skyreach, Windrunner, Nexus Point, Algathar would be the next best options. I'm gonna sign up for every Algathar I can. We get that, that's like, I mean, like 100 points. Have you tried Mystery rating? I swear the spam hot build gets me like 200k HPS versus Meg's build to go zoom. What's Meg's build? I've killed 6 mythic bosses on my monk. I feel like Algathar is like a pretty boring dungeon, except for the first pull and Croft. The rest of it, I feel like I'm like half asleep for. I'm not gonna lie. I feel, yeah, like Vexmas, as long as you like push buttons. Vexmas is like, I feel like Croth is an easy one to fuck up and die. But Veximus is like, if you just do your job, you'll be fine kind of thing. That's kind of how I view it. You know? But yeah, like the, what, 4th time we've done the dungeon, 3rd time we've done the dungeon, and it's like, yeah, you know, tree boss, run left. Okay, cool. We finally made sure that nobody runs to the right anymore. Like, thank goodness. Yeah, Way the Crane, spam single target in Soothing Mist. Tried it to run in rating. It's creating M+, and it wasn't good. Huh. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that one. If somebody can't kill the baby tree, you got many problems. You got many problems. It's either keys that I don't need. Let me see. I need to drop the search on to 18. Maybe I'll be able to find an AA there. Oh my god, we did. There we go. Thank you, Jed. Yeah, I want to go group with this guy. Give me go from a 16 to a 21. Let's go! Finally. Finally. Need to get rid of the 16 on my IO. Myles Garrett's going to the Rams? What? Let's see. I heard there was rumors about the AJ Brown trade. Myles Garrett trade rumors mentioned. Do you have a link? That's insane. Thanks, not 13A yesterday with 4 people. Hell yeah. Somebody just like leave Insta. Dude, Myles Garrett to the Rams would be scary. Oh man. That would be ridiculous. Yeah, I agree with that one, Yi. It almost feels like if you ever played King's Rest. King's Rest was like a really nasty dungeon for a lot of reasons. But also, there were a lot of moments in King's Rest where you felt like you were going at a safe level and you would just like not time it, you know? You had to like play so aggressively. You had to play it so crazy aggressively. Blue Sky. The Browns are finalizing a trade of Myles Garrett to the Rams in a shocker. Sources tell 10, blah, blah. Cleveland would send Myles Garrett in exchange for Jared Verse and a first rounder and more. Huh. That'd be kind of insane. Jet saved cap space. But yeah, I was reading. Okay, so I was watching Good Morning Football when I was at the gym today, doing cardio and everything. And they were talking about AJ Brown and him being a problem and all this other stuff, right? And then they start showing, you know, game highlights. And it's just like clip after clip after clip of Jalen Hurts just missing AJ Brown in like multiple different POVs. The entire time, the commentators are going on and on and on about how AJ Brown's the problem. Yeah. Good on the Browns to give up a great player now to get a potential great player eventually. Yeah. What was that Simpsons thing? It could be anything, including this thing we're trading it for. Oh man. Joe Burrow breathing a sign of relief, now having to play 6 games a season versus Trey Hendrickson, TJ Watt, and Myles Garrett. Wait, isn't yeah. So he still has to play against Trey Hendrickson now and TJ Watt, but the what is it? The Raiders guy fell through, and then they got Trey Hendrickson instead. Yeah. Ah, so weird, man. Are we ready, team? Yeah, the Browns. Browns took Shador. They gotta roll with it now. They gotta roll with it now. Oh man, that's gonna be hilarious. Crosby, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you. Yeah. Where's that at?
5, 4,
Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Steelers fan, we are blessed.
5,
Has Rodgers committed to coming back?
2, 1.
I don't know if I'd say the Steelers fans are blessed. I'm kind of going through hell for a while. Oh yeah, it's okay. Cowboys fans still eternally depressed at drafting Taco Charlton over TJ Watt. Shit. That's literally who. It's over Anakin once he sees the movement speed a monkey can't go back. Oh yeah. My favorite thing, Raz, is when other healers in my guild are playing Priest on farm and they're not so used to the lack of movement. That's my favorite. Like, why am I so slow? I just sit there and laugh at them. Welcome to Slowtown, bucko. Let's run! Alright, he's back in for more. There we go, there we go. I've had no trouble finding seat keys, but I've had a hellish time trying to find Alcathars, at least today. It's been strange. Boom. Hunter Dark Ranger? No idea. Pack leader? There you go. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I just don't check damage meters as much as I did in other expansions. So I feel like the information is just so much worse. So I had somebody ask me like, hey, is this person doing the right thing? And they sent me like the healing breakdown. I'm like, honestly, it's just hard to tell now because I just never look at it. the meters anymore. Just wait until after the run, check logs. Yeah. Yeah, the worst damage meters, the downgrade of damage meters, I think is like the really big hit. That like doesn't really seem like Blizzard's doing anything about. I don't know. Maybe we'll be proven wrong when the season 2 BTR gets announced and stuff, but I think it's so strange. We haven't really heard much in the way of like add-on updates. Yeah. In that dungeon pool for season 2, seen a lot of doom and gloom for Den and Blinding Veil. That always happens, and it might be, you know, warranted, you know. But what happens all the time is players, you know, they like rightfully, they look ahead, you know, and they think about what's going to be bad about future dungeons. But also at the same time, Blizzard always changes the dungeons quite a bit. They always change the dungeons quite a bit. They did it with Brackenhide Hollow, which a lot of people thought was going to be the worst thing ever. It kind of ended up being that way for like super high-end players, but that was because of the totem boss. But they nerfed a lot of different other parts of that dungeon, you know. But I think people, you know, they do Murder Row on M0, and they're like, holy shit, this like serving food stuff is the worst. Well, that's the thing. Brackenhide eventually ended up being in a really good spot because they nerfed it significantly in PTR, and then they nerfed it some more after it came out. Yeah. So that's the thing, is like, it's fair to like have a concern, but don't like panic, is probably how I would put it. Like, I made a video, and I always make a video every season that's like, the dungeon pool's gonna be tough. And like, it always gets nerfed, and I always know it's gonna get nerfed, but I like making that video because it shows people why stuff's gonna be hard. And so it's like an easy way to like make like a cheat sheet of like, here's the tough part about each season and like what you should care about as a healer, you know. But it always ends up getting nerfed. Some of the hardest dungeons we had in beta ended up being like some of the easiest. I feel like Magister's Terrace is like really, really hard in a lot of areas in beta, and then they nerfed a bunch of it, you know. Yeah. Yeah, dirty bottomy roller cane. Old dirty bottomy roller. Yeah, I'll be pushing on Monk for a while, get title on it, and then we'll go back and get title on Priest. That's gonna be the game plan. I don't feel like, I hope ye will, you know, we'll see. And I hope Blizzard doesn't go full nuclear on the UI in Season 2 or anything like that. Because boss debuffs were easily the hardest thing as a healer to really deal with. There were so many times in boss prog where I just like am struggling to see what I need to dispel somebody or heal somebody more or whatever. Trying to parse that shit through the raid frames is awful. And you compare that to like Mana Forge Omega, where you could literally just be like, oh, I want to emphasize this debuff. Boom, let me hit a button, and it's done. You know? Yeah, Monk's pretty easy to play. There's still like, there's a good amount of decision making and everything, and so I think that like mastery level of it is pretty high. Like the ceiling's pretty high, but the floor is certainly like very, very low. Incredibly low. Yeah. all throughout this trash, I don't have to use any major cooldowns. I just spin. It's ridiculous. Yep. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Anytime a healer is Fodom, or any DPS spec as well, you're always gonna have bad players. Because I mean, WoW rewards you playing the game a lot. You know, WoW rewards you just for just playing the game a lot. So, you know, plenty of people can just brute force. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing. You see, like, new bear tanks and they fall over, or lose thread, or whatever it might be, yeah. It always happens. But you also have some people who have played one character the whole season and they're pushing up for title level keys and they are lost. So, you see all kinds of stuff. You see all kinds of stuff. And one dude's still playing Void Weaver in the top keys disc? I don't know, I didn't check. I wouldn't be surprised. Well, warm up. Starting our day, Mr. Zoo. We're getting ourselves started. GM. Brought warrior yesterday, my alt 10. Decided it was a good idea to heroic leap out of range of the DPS and healer. Then wanted to know why we wiped. Oh, that's always the most fun. Let's go. I love when tanks line of sight. Oh, man. Yeah, I was doing some keys on my priest the other day, and I thought they were going to, like, set up for a pull, and they were already in the hallway in Magister's Terrace, and I, like, panicked. Go from that to playing Monk, and I can always just catch up in an instant with people. I'm trolling a little bit. Burn my mana down. Alright, no more trolling. Dude, I know, not having to watch for Jadefire is so nice. Oh my god, dude. There we go. Ooh. I remember when She Torpedo used to be like the thing to use in raid when you had a lot of targets and you just like dash through everybody. I think for a while before they had lighter than air, it used to be that you would just always take torpedo in raid because of the high movement. You just go so far. Yeah, because the worst thing was when you actually had to just chase after the group after you dropped your Jadefire Stomp, and then they immediately repositioned. It is so nice not having to worry about it.
The strongest
I don't understand.
survive.
I actually don't understand that. How did I get meleeed? Yeah, that's the other thing, right? It's like fucking death recaps. Yeah, so much worse. It said unknown. Fucking hell. Keep spinning, it doesn't matter. Yep. But eventually get into higher keys, or you gotta do more than spin. It is a little silly that you can just turn your brain off for trash, though, and only have to lock in for boss fights. Especially the safety of a tank DK that I've seen his RP. You kind of see it in like how he moves, how quickly he's healing himself, things like that. I always, with like all tanks in general, I always just try to make sure I'm watching like what their cooldown usage is and playing around that as well. Because more often than not, it's less about like the runic power these days, and I feel like it's a lot more about their cooldown management. Like right there, I just ripped the cocoon. I think he needed a second before he got his Vamp blood back, and then it got consumed really fast, and then just kind of gave him the breathing room. Because you're basically giving him like a death strike. That's really all cocoon's going to be doing. It's only going to be like a breath. So basically what he had done there was he like death striked, and then he didn't top himself off the death strike. And then he started taking more damage, and that's when I was like, oh shit, I should do something. It's like his cooldowns, you can see they're running out right here, but the trash pull is basically done. Oh my god, there's a million ways to use Ring of Peace. I kind of call it like a hard drop or a soft drop. Hard drops are where you're like bouncing mobs. You're physically touching the mobs with the Ring of Peace to push it somewhere. A soft drop is where you put it in the way of a mob so that it doesn't pass that point. And that can be really good to use if your tank needs to kite it all. You kind of just put it on top of the tank or where the tank is going, so they kind of start teeing up, they start queuing up in that area. Probably the most common usage I have is just using it as a knockback. Especially if you can knock it back into walls, into different areas. That helps a ton. But at the beginning, like the very first pull in Algathar, if you can help out your tank, let's do that. See, like right there, he proc Purg, and he has cooldowns, and he has buttons. But now you see he's backing up. The way he's backing up right now, like he can walk fully into those mobs if he wants to, or he can run away. But I saw him backpedaling, and anytime you see the tank backpedaling, it's usually a pretty safe bet that they're in danger. So, yeah, that's the other thing, is if you have, with the little mana forgers over there, they jump on range players. You can basically just put the ring of peace in between the range player and melee, so that it just jumps into the ROP. Yeah, there's a ton of different use cases for it. Yeah. Yeah, very good for the Geist pit. Absolutely. Oh, really? Okay. Okay.
"100 centuries, boys. Hope everyone is well, Jikpness."
Yo, Seawolf, thank you for the 100 months. Oh, let's go, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you, man. Why am I still in combat? Is your utility this season is somehow insane for no reason? They did a lot of snares this season. I think more than any other season we've had a crazy amount of snares. I'm like super heavy on haste, Telia. Some people are doing more like a balance between like haste and sometimes like mastery or crit, but both of them are really, really good. I think I have like an absurd amount of haste. I have like 40% or something ridiculous. Yeah, I did a like 18 pit or something like that the other day on my priest, and we didn't have any freedoms, for the gargoyle, and I got picked up alone out in Egypt. And so I literally just hit uppies. I hit my 4-minute cooldown while I was being yoinked. I was like, well, this is my only option. That or die. I don't know if they have to rework Void Weaver, but they should definitely be doing something to make it better. I'd like it if they just made it so you could cast Void Blast on the move. I feel like that would help a lot. This is melee hell. So despite all the movement, this is the stuff that just drives me insane, having to like run around in a phone booth as melee. I hate that Blizzard got rid of all those melee range extensions for all the different DPS. That shit owned. Yeah, they're following that like formula that they always love doing of like everyone has to kind of rotate and take turns. Yeah. Yo, would have been some. Day off was good. I was playing some Catan with some friends. I built the longest road by a fucking mile, and I had wood and brick locked down. Loaded up. Had a city and a settlement. Touching both of them. And then everybody dumped the knights onto all my places, and I got starved of resources. And the guy who won, he pulled like 3 knights out of development cards. Got largest army. Actually, he got 4. He got 4 knights. I got the longest road. But then because I concentrated my settlements and cities on some of the most important resources with also the best like number, you know, it was like very frequently getting rolled on. I had like a 5 and I had like a 8 or something like that. They just kept bouncing around the knights onto all my places. They kept bouncing the knights onto all my places, and I just got starved of resources. I had that happen, and then the guy with the dev cards, he pulled a monopoly right as I got like 4 brick on a turn. So like he rolled, I got like 4 brick and like 2 wood or something crazy. And then he played Monopoly, stole all my brick. It was tough. It was tough, man. Also, I had a really good spot with sheep on it, but we just never. I think I had like 8 or 9. That was sheep. No, it's actually a 6. It was a 6, and we just never rolled 6s that often. But I had sheep into the 2-for-1 at the port, and we just never rolled 6s. It was weird. Really, really weird. Oracle's a lot better, lulz, than Void Weaver, unfortunately. I watched most of the ALGS. It looked like Falcons are doing pretty well. I think I only died like early, like 1 or 2 times. I think 21 will be enough for 1% NA. I think there's a good chance. I think there's a pretty solid chance. All right. Up to 3,700 in Brazil 17s. There we go, there we go. Rising. Okay, finally got rid of the 16. Finally. Alright, on to 20s. On to 20s. The panel's from Details. It's like the end of M Plus panel or something like that. How about a little 19 to 21? Let me beg people for invites. Yeah. Myzara and Pit, man. There's so many Myzara and Pit keys. So many. I don't know. We'll see if we high roll into a 21. I doubt it. Myzara is easy, but I already have a 20 in it. I already have 20 in Myzara, 20 in Pit, so I'm trying to dodge those keys if I can. Myzara loves company. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. Any more filters? There's add-ons for it. Yeah. I downloaded the Warcraft logs add-on, so now I can see people's parses. I can see all their parses. See how good of raiders they are. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, the Warcraft logs add-on's been around for over a year. I just didn't have it installed on my new computer. W. Do Skyreach. A young Skyreach. But yeah, it shows in like my tooltip. It'll show your main and it'll show your alts. So it'll be like your main is a 92.2, 99 mythic, 51 kills. This is on the right side of the screen in the bottom right. And then it'll be like, here's your alt, 6-9 mythic, 6 kills. Kill every boss one time. Yeah. But you have to, what is it? After 20 heroic or after 5 mythic kills, then it starts showing stuff. So people don't really do stuff on their alt. Like this guy has like good parses at 7 to 9 mythic on his main. He's like a, you know, he's a main raider in whatever his guild is. But then you don't see it's like a rogue main. I always think that stuff's kind of cool. Where's this guy at? He's at Algathar. Bro with the Algathar. Oh, man. Dude, I cannot wait till my vault tomorrow. I have 2 pieces that I gotta replace from Mythic Track, Helm and Shoulders. What up, Aaron? And then we gotta get new trinkets. We are almost there. We are almost there. $3,400 and climbing on disc. Let's go, garbage.
5,
Good stuff,
4,
man.
3, 2, 1.
Yo, happy Monday, Vivix.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Finding all these blood decays. I'm in like 1 level down from all the bottom groups right now. Seems like. One level down from all the bottom groups. Yeah, I've been seeing a ton of prop alleys as well. Actually kind of nuts. The other day it was prop alleys. Today the theme is like blood decays. You know, VDH the first few weeks of the season, they all gave up. I gave up on healing him, man. I gave up on healing him. I think the worst thing for me is VDH because I just don't feel like you have enough impact as a healer and keep him alive. I feel like I had more impact healing blood decays than I did healing VDHs. Like, they didn't have stuff, they were dead, no matter what. I like that it's a bear season, but the only thing that I would like more, honestly, would be a prop alley season. You basically just have the entire season never worrying about kicks going off ever again. And you get a lot of side utility, especially this season, man. Like, could you imagine if prop alley was the meta? They'd always have the freedom, always have the bop, always have, you know, maybe a little bit of off healing and stuff like that too. Definitely better than it has been, though. That's the nice thing. Where like prop alley was at the beginning of the season. Oof. Yo, thank you, Chipsy. You know what bottom tank's playing prop alley? Listen, then bottom tank's gonna have to learn eventually. They're gonna have to learn one way or another. Timer in the middle of the screen is X-Boss. Where's the bar for X boss? I turned it off. Yeah. I turned off a decent bit of settings. Turned off like all the voice mods, for example. So the timer bar on the left of the screen, that's still bigwigs. Everything in the middle and on the nameplates.
Your survival.
I'm right next to this guy. I'm right next to him. The game is just wrong. I'm standing right next to that dude. What do you... And behind the boss. And behind the boss. You've got to be kidding me. Is this okay? Am I gonna explode from here? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I thought I had an instant cast. Yeah, if you know that there's gonna be like really big damage, think about your hots, kind of like a Resto Druid would, in that they are modifiers to make you do more healing from other stuff. So on Trash, of course, you can, you know, just vibe and spin your heart out. But when you need to do like real big boy healing, you set up envelops on people in advance. It gets cheaper if you have GG, for example. And it's tough. But yeah, you basically just like hit soothing, hit enveloping across people, and then spam Shayloons after that. You don't really need to like think too much about like your Shayloon stacks or any of that other kind of stuff. I gotta buy some water after this. Need a couple micro sips. But I also burned down a bunch of extra mana because I didn't set up my envelops on a lot of that last boss fight. I mean, it's a priest. We're hitting a cocoon. There we go. Yeah, Xbox is a weird add-on. There's a lot of like strange stuff in terms of how you edit profiles and everything. So I just updated my profile. I put it in my Discord for the sub chat since it's not on the Wago system yet. So if you want it, just make sure you have your Discord and Twitch connected so it can like recognize your sub and everything. And then it's pinned in the wholesome sub chat channel. Ah, it's fun. This is the time to come back, Sheezy, to heal. This is the time. Yo, Chipley, thanks so much for the gifted to the Rager. Holy crap, and Shipley, they were the 5 gifted as well, dude. Everybody's getting UI today. Let's go. Yeah, same thing here. Both of them are just fighting. Race to the bottom. Yo, what up, Tel? I'm just gonna hit it now. GG is coming back at the perfect time. Taking my back-to-back kicks. Full extension, then we can refresh. Alright, I gotta get a sip. I gotta get a sip. Yeah, the weird thing that Xbox has, if you want to change like a bunch of settings, you have to like do it in batches. It's very strange. Oh, there they come. Makes it worth spinning on a single target if you've got a Dance of Chi proc, which makes it do like 500% more damage or something like that. You'll see, I'll point it out when it comes up. It's right underneath the Vivify icon. How you doing, Adrian? You also have to make sure that you drag. There it is, right there. You also have to make sure that you bring Dance of Chi-Ji onto your. What do you call it? Onto your cooldown manager, because by default it's not there. You have to drag it up. So that could be it as well. I think Night Elf is better this season. Most of the like bad debuffs, in my opinion, you could like tolerate pretty well. Seed bleed does hurt. That is facts. No, every season's different. Some seasons you can straight up ignore boss mechanics with Shadow Meld. Other ones you can only like delay. You know, it definitely varies season by season. They've trimmed down on like a lot of the old power. You used to have, I think, significantly more strength in Shadow Meld. Like, it's obviously still really good, but I mean, it would completely ignore certain boss mechanics, and like, mechanic would just not happen, and that shit was busted. Yo, Ray, thank you for the new sub, man. Welcome in. Yeah, they got that. I would look at like what any high-end warlocks are doing. Like, look at what Mr. Metro Boomin is doing, or Baby Brain. You know, same person. Same person. He goes by many names. Oh, it's pretty even split. What's Baby Brain doing? Because I would just follow him. If it was up to me, I would just follow into like one person who I like how they think about the game, or I've seen how they play the game, you know, something like that. Kinda need you to drop stacks. Yeah. What can you do? TNT. I think he's die there. Yeah, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like it's one of those. It's like a big bus is coming down the road. And like, you know it's coming. You know it's coming. Oh, what can you do? How many people need to rotate stuns? Or tank has to run. Like, he had the space to move around. He had the space. Oh, you had the clip of earlier? Yeah. I think I was safe too. I think I was safe as well. We had, I ripped my stun. I think it DR'd or something. I think it DR'd or something. Alright, Nexus Point, Windrunner, Magisters, Algathar. We got a bunch of different options. Yeah. They need the Bloodlust. It should be in the, like, wholesome sub-chat, Larager. Yeah. Should be at the pin. That could be good. That could be good. Oh, they need hero. Oh, they need res. Yeah, it happens. It be that way. Yeah, I was gonna say anything I would experience that would be bad on monk would be worse on priest. That's the thing. And soon I'm gonna have my own key to run next week. Next week. And changes my character portrait. Better character panel. Yeah. Target portrait? I don't have a target portrait, but my target bar is unhalted unit frames. Yeah, this stuff's just better character panel. I think what happens is there's a lot of like off meta DPS. And so Shaman fits really well with a lot of like the off meta DPS. Or not like full meta, I guess you could say. Because there is like a god comp at this point, but there's still a lot of people who are playing the like A or A plus tier DPS as well. You know, you're still seeing like lots of Warlocks, still seeing Shadow Priest, still seeing Ret Pally, still seeing a lot of that stuff. Do you have sub access, Rager? Does it show you as a sub in Discord? Do you have access to a wholesome sub chat channel? Can you click on the pinned message and find the big document that's in there? Oh yeah, I don't have it. I gotta hoof it. Oh, I'll rewrite it. Yeah, you bet, dude. Oh, I think we're running a big fizz comp, aren't we? Yeah. Okay, big fizz comp day. Like Nader having issues last couple days? Mine's been fine. I've been chilling. What did I have? I had some like loading into instances every once in a while. It almost felt like something like fragmented. Yeah. Okay, so if the Rams traded for Myles Garrett, why did they draft Ty Simpson this year? I don't understand. Keep McVay happy? Must have been. Yeah. Must have been. Yeah. Some mobs aren't named randomly, don't show on the target.
Happy 20s. Oh, to be young again.
Skeelix, thank you for the 20 months, dude. I appreciate it. I'm not sure what that is, Swipes. Diffuse? I just kind of default to this. Do you really switch around talents a lot?
5, 4, 3.
I've been like keeping the default shit for a while. I've been keeping it for a while. I was just kind of reading up on stuff.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I just use Xbox Rager. I don't use like X-Wing tools or anything. Yeah, I know you want the port tether and like Skyreach. I don't know about other dungeons though. going pretty well. Trying to get to a bunch of 20s done today if I can. I think today I'll be able to catch my priest in IO. I think. Sweet. What's up with Diz getting denied over Holy? That happened like 5 times. Weird. I don't know, maybe there's 1 or 2 like super high IO Holy Priest or something. Or maybe they're not looking that they're Holy Priest and they're just inviting a higher IO Priest player. I don't know. Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, for all we know, it could just be like their buddy as well. Could be one of those groups that just doesn't say that, like, hey, we already got somebody for healing. And they just put up the group anyway. What up, Bizzle? Disc is disc? True, it is. That's what I've heard. Yo, Unbeliever, thank you for the 65 months, dude. Advice for healing: split pressure as Mistweaver, moving to higher keys, just spinning isn't cutting it. You'll see it here. Spreading around your envelops before damage happens is really, really big. It makes a huge impact. It's like, I'm gonna soothe, envelop, envelop, envelop. Hit my conduit. Do a little spin and finish healing that guy. Exclamation mark UI's got all my stuff canned. The website stuff is not up to date at the moment. Oh, this is a juicer clear. Oh yeah, that Darkmoon stuff's getting nerfed for sure. For sure. Blizzard is going to absolutely nuke that shit from orbit. Yeah. I don't think that's gonna be lasting very long.
Never been clearer, Lothraxian, but I don't want to believe it.
There's like a Darkmoon trinket that if you basically make all your stats super close together, then it'll give you like a double stat proc, which like obviously is not intended. And Blizzard would like never make an item where they want you to like super hard focus on putting your stat percentages that close together. They've done like everything they could over the years to make stats not this like big problem and big like skill gap diff for people that like understood how to change them and those who didn't. Yeah, they have to be like dead on. So like, is it fun manipulating your gear to get a big power up? Yeah, but the game has also moved so far away from that over the years, and they want to keep it that way, you know? Like, I would love it if we had, you know, Reforging back. I would love it if Spirit was back again, because Blizzard managing how mana consumption works has been fucking awful. But they are definitely not doing that. They are definitely not doing that. They are not going to allow that. Me too, Gola. Especially when you don't have to worry about hitting expertise ratings anymore. You can just be like, I want this stat. I will go get that stat. So simple. So chill. But what can you do? Yeah, the people who are putting all of their stats dead on equal is fucking crazy. And they're gonna be real sad when Blizzard fixes that shit in a week. Maybe less. But here's the thing. If you do stuff like that, you know, more power to you. You know, nothing wrong with that. It's fun optimizing your gear to that extent. But also, don't, like, the thing that bothers me is when people start crying when they're like, but I spent all this time putting all 4 of my secondary stats to an equal level and Blizzard changed it? Like, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen? I know it's gonna happen, and I know people are gonna cry and whine and moan about it, but like, just like think, you know, if you want to do it, great, but just don't expect it to last forever. You know? Because it ain't.
Spent a win green class? Disgusting. This is a sacred place for the holy and disciplined only SMH. Disappointed face emoji.
I'm sorry you had to see me this way, Athletic. Think of it 100 months in a row, dude. Holy. How could I? I know, man. I used to never play Monk. Now. And now this. I would comment fun remove it as a straight up bug. Yeah, exactly. Like it's like literally just like do it, enjoy it while it lasts, and just expect it to get nerfed and you'll be fine. But yeah, I'm just waiting for somebody to be bitching up a storm and they're like, I spent thousands of gold redoing all my gear for this and Blizzard ruined it. I'm like, oh my fucking god. You need somebody to bitch, I've arrived. Oh, we're talking about this trinket, John. That is a crafted trinket. And it's supposed to give you 500 of your lowest secondary stat. But if you make all of your stats dead on equal, all your secondary stats equal, then it'll proc all 4 stats for you. And so people are always like, oh, fun detected. Blizzard are gonna take our fun away. Or people being like, oh my god, I'm gonna work so hard for all this gear and Blizzard's gonna ruin it for me. But like, that should be the expectation. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I think Blizzard's gonna nerf Mistweavers to start taking their capstone. Hopefully they just make the capstone better. The fact that it just disappears when everyone's max HP is really stupid. Really, really stupid. It definitely is a big pain in the ass to get all their numbers equal. What I was saying before was like, Blizzard doesn't even want people to like optimize their stats to that extreme level at all. So there's no way it's gonna stay. Let's see, our meta doesn't Blizzard just prefer to nerf them? I feel like we're kind of past the point where I feel like the past can determine what Blizzard's gonna do in the future, you know? It might happen, might not, kind of thing. I just don't feel comfortable in like predicting what they're gonna do next because they always do some random shit. That's my thought. Yeah, I could predict that they're gonna fix the trinket. That's about the easiest prediction to make. Yeah. Beyond that, for like class changes next season, I don't know. Like I can't fathom why they made the changes to Dis that they did in beta that like completely destroyed Atonement and completely destroyed like new talents that made Penance better. I don't know. No idea. Yep. Oh yeah, I was saying this earlier about Pally's Ducks. I don't know about you, but it feels like there's sort of a time where you can play off meta, and it's the beginning of the season. But then you kind of pass a certain point, and if you're like a competitive-minded player, then you gotta like join the Fodom train or suffer, right? And it's like Pally finally got all of those changes to make your spenders actually feel good. Right at a time everyone's just like mass re-rolling and mass adopting Fodom. And I got feared. Oh man. What can you do? What can you do? About Priest makes you like them more than other healers. Damage to healing, shielding, and like the very flexible way that Holy Priest has done healing over the years, I think, has always kind of put together 2 really unique playstyles. And I always end up finding at least one of them, or sometimes both of them, really fun in each season. There's always something that kept me coming back, basically. What the fuck? Where is my... Alright. He got like double ticked. I don't understand there what happened there. Beta notes. What?
Make sure to send them over.
There was an amount of ignorance is bliss with pugging as off meta early in the season, but the changes they did to it certainly did fix everything. Yeah. What do you think is the biggest reason Fellowship can't hold a player base? Game is sick. I feel like we get to 10k so fast and everyone goes back to WoW. Part of it is having like something else to do. Part of it is you sort of have to take like the same progression path for like every single alt and every single character of like rising through the ranks. So like Fellowship is very seasonal, but I think it also just falls off super hard after like the first week. And so there's like nothing wrong with like Fellowship having the player base fall off after a bit. I think the problem more so is like having... Oh, well, we're gonna have some problems. I almost feel like the problem is being able to sell enough WoW players. Because I've had so many people when I've been streaming the game be like, oh, that looks cool, but like, I don't like the look of a character, so I don't even want to try the game. Or like, they only have 10 dungeons. Like, oh, I don't really want to try it unless there's more content, more stuff. There's a lot of like fence sitters I found with the game. And people who are kind of just like waiting for it to be more, I guess, than it is. And meanwhile, it's like a, you know, indie game dev, like 50 devs or something like that making the game. So... Calling you out? Yeah. Yeah, man, I think it's a good game. Just... I think that there's a small player base that really ended up trying it. The server instability was a huge problem and like never really ended up getting fixed. Well, never got fixed in time, I should say. Yeah. But also they like... I think that their momentum is just really bad. Beyond anything else, I think that momentum has been really, really rough. Like they released early access. There weren't, you know, that many characters. And then the second season, I think, really killed. Like the first season came out, servers were just unplayable, right? Second season came out, and it was like in a WoW season. Plus, there wasn't a huge amount of like new stuff going on. I agree, it's not WoD momentum bad. That is, that's another level. That's a whole other level. But I think when it comes to a new game, you have to have like a lot of momentum going on. I think one of the things Marvel Rivals did really well was that there was so much shit happening for the first like 6 months of the game. Even the first year of the game, there was so much going on. There's constantly new characters, constantly new maps, constantly new stuff to do. You know, a couple of like free skin giveaways. Stuff like that. I feel like if they just waited like 6 more months or something like that to get their like on-ramp better put together, that would help. Try downloading the folder, Rager, and see if you can copy it after you've downloaded the folder. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, Aeona's super fun healer. I think healing in that game is insanely fun in general. It seemed like tanks were having a lot of fun with it too. Like, I like that game, don't get me wrong. Trust me, it was irritating for me having a bunch of people who were like, oh, it looks cool, but I don't really want to play it yet, or I don't really want to try it yet. And I'm just like, shit, I'd love to have this, like, be a regular game that I would switch into playing, you know? But then, like, I would do early access stuff as they were promoting Aeona, and then it'd have, like, some of the, like, the diehard members of the community be mad that like they don't have a lot of full-time streamers, and I'm like, the game doesn't have the ecosystem to support full-time streamers, you know? Can't keep people happy. Just can't keep people happy. Yeah, we're chilling on time. We've had great damage. Should have that for my keys. Yeah, it's nice. I wish you could too. I wish you could too. I don't know. Maybe what Fellowship needs is like more casual friendly content. Because I think for like hardcore key pushers, it's great. What is happening? Okay. Like 4 of them stacked on top of each other. That was insane. God, the amount of times we're getting fucking parried. Oh. That's 28 more points. Very nice, very nice.
Farewell, old friend.
Weapon transmog, it's called the Cloud Song Glaive. It's from WoD challenge modes. Yeah. Yeah, it's from Warlords of Draenor, and you could only get it if you got gold challenge modes back then. And it would basically just give you an entire armory of like transmog weapons. And this is like, it's a 2-handed pole arm, and it's like big and obvious and stuff, so it's one of the more popular versions. It's definitely one of the more popular versions. Yo, Kana's son, thanks so much for the new sub, man. Alright, let me see what's going on here. It is working for me, Rager, so make sure you're copying in the entire cell and download the sheets. Yeah. Freaking streamers. Well, this is like the lowest part of the season Aggie for Fellowship, because they're about to come out with a new season really soon. Shipley, thanks so much for the new sub, man. So your window looks different. Do you have Xboss and not X-Win tools? Should say Xboss version 26.6. You don't want to comment on that? Come on, Rager. RTFM. Still obtainable, so many people that had it wouldn't use it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's with the rest of my UI stuff, Pompey. That's what Mr. Rager's been having. He'd have an issue with. But it's all good. We got it fixed. We got it fixed. English voiceover for boss and trash. Gotten to use the Chinese voice, so I will say that I probably speak 5 out of 100th Chinese. There you go. Happy for you. Happy for you. I turned off all the voice alerts. I turned every little bit of that off. Yeah. Alright, let me run to the bathroom real fast. 1 second. We'll be right back. Alrighty. Let's see. 19s and up is what we need now. All good, Rager. Glad we got it fixed. Glad we got it fixed. I kind of do want to do a Windrunner. Screw it. They're both going to want shamans. Wait, no, they have shamans, don't they? One of them. Now. Oh, let's go. Alright, let's do it. San Antonio or New York? San Antonio. Heck, New York. And I'm cheering for football season to return soon, man. I caught a bit of the Spurs game on what was it, Saturday. My friend did a crawfish boil. So when I was not standing at the table, just stuffing crawfish in my mouth, I watched a little bit of it. Yeah, it was really, really good. And they like big hunks of potato, and what else they had? Like edamame in there, some ravioli in there, and cheese. Oh, it was really, really good.
Five, four, three,
All right, can't wait till Ember Dawn.
five, four, three, two, one.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirit, the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Next wave. Did they just not apply two more? Heck. That's weird. Oh, maybe like the frames flipped or something and it hit it. I don't know. A lot of spinning. How you doing, Chitty?
Barisa was the Peacekeeper
Did Chiefs make any trades today?
days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
Yeah, I heard about the Myles Garrett trade. Weapon T-Mog is the Cloud Song Glaive. It's from Warlords of Draenor. Good old WAD challenge modes. Yo, what up, Luso? How's it going, man? Still myth that WAD CM opens are account wide, but the mop armors aren't. Want to play something other than your shaman? Well, because the class arbors were specific to those classes. It's okay. I didn't get the monk one either from mop. Hey, appreciate it, Luso. Yeah, I hope that next season they make Voidweaver the meta, or at least make it better than it has been this season. It's fun. Yeah, I still play my priest. I'm gonna work on like getting title on my monk first though. So I might have like maybe 1 day a week or something like that I'll push on priest, but focus more of my time and effort on monk right now, and then go get title on priest near the end of the season. I think that's probably how I'm still to do it. I was doing some keys last night on my priest. No Chiefs news. Yeah. H probably has definitely gotten better. Yeah. I think H Belly's good on like the last 3 or 4 prog bosses where there's actually like a purpose for it. There's actually a reason. What is the updated title range right now? I haven't checked in a couple days. Hey, how you doing, Grok?
My heart brought Teresa joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
39.89. Okay. Yeah, if somebody got like 21 Brazil right now, you'd definitely be safe for the 1% title. But having a lot more spore gear coming around, especially with the random stats, that's gonna start pushing stuff up quite a bit higher. Just giving him an envelop. Come on, top me off. There we go. I punched a couple times. 1% would be Brazil 20 with some 21? Maybe. I'd have to say Brazil 21 would probably be safe for the 1%. But you're right, it might be a little bit lower. It's tough to say, because if people, like, hold off on playing, or some people take a break, or something along those lines,
Well, now,
it can definitely change the season up.
stolen my heart. She won't let you close without fighting.
Depends on how annoying that the extra borrowed power is going to be, too. Rip. I guess we're just all dying. Okay.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Yeah, 0.7. 0.7 patch has a another power jump. Yeah, let me get it. One sec, one sec.
There's been activity reported at Windrunner Spire. Investigate and clear out any enemy presence.
Alright, there we go. Oh, my nose like crazy. I haven't really gone over all like the cantrip items or anything. I imagine some of them are going to be strong. Any like bonus effects Blizzard just loves making super powerful, especially before a new season comes out. run it back. Let's see. What's the difference between NA and EU for title right now? NA is 39.89. EU is 40.16. Honestly, that's kind of on par. It's almost always like 40 to 50 points. It's kind of nuts. All right, running back for 19. All right. The worst is going to be when, oh gosh, what is it? Well, for one thing, everyone's going to be farming up all the gear and everything out of the Sporefall raid to get their mains ready. But I think the worst thing is when you're going to have to get all the borrowed power stuff together for all your characters, because the 0.7 borrowed power, I think last time I checked, I don't know if they changed it, it's supposed to stay around for the rest of the expansion.
5, 4,
So
3,
I'm kind of hoping it's not a huge pain in the ass to get ready. We'll see. We'll see.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My sisters were the last to visit these halls, but they threw their home and their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, maybe they'll return. The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm.
Nice. Best combo. I guess remove it from myself first. And then we revival. We just heal him through it. Yeah, we just heal him through it.
Teresa was the peacekeeper of our family. She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has...
Alright, can cocoon him. Hopefully he'll have AMS to follow up for the rest of the dot. Yeah, there we go. Should keep on cleansing the hunter. I beat me to the stun. Since it's like about to fall off, I can just wait. He has to get the next round of spells. It's on him. It says he turtled. I'll just dispel Warrior.
Remove Mind, Dispel Warrior again, and keep on pounding healing through to the Hunter. Who was it? Unbeliever was asking earlier about like split pressure. The more you can like just isolate and the more tanky you are, the easier it is to just deal with that pressure. Because most of the time I'm really only healing one person. I was just healing the Hunter the entire time, dispelling the Warrior, or vice versa, depending on what their defensives had. And then you just kind of like put an external on one person, that means you just ignore them. Honestly, I feel like kicks are not nearly as bad this season than like a lot of other seasons. I know everyone was so worried about like bolt slop, and that was like the key word everybody kept repeating in beta. But it's like, I'm just thinking to like, you know, this is not priority. This is not like Arakara or anything along those lines. This is nowhere near as bad. I'm just spam spinning and then casting some extra Vivifies on myself here. Because you always have that increased crit chance out of your Shayloons. Out of your class talents. So like, it kind of comes down to it. I'm still in like a really tanky spot. Kind of wish I used my Thunder Focus T there first. That's okay. It's kind of what just gives you so much cooldown reduction for it. Kill, kill, kill. All right. Yeah, and DPS focused that cat down really well. I can't tell you how many times I've been in dungeons and like the cat is just up forever. Like we're in the middle of these pulls and the cat will still be like 20% or something ridiculous. I noticed that a lot of times like Fodom reroll or DPS, like prio target just like does not exist. And you'll still go into pulls with like the biggest, bulkiest mobs still alive, chaining into the next thing, into the next thing, into the next thing. That's why, like, every single time we're doing a big pull, I'm always trying to find whatever the, like, healthiest target is, the strongest target, whatever. And it's not a lot, but just dumping in, like, your extra RSKs into the target does help. It all adds up. Ah, I missed the cocoon on him in time. I think that's where we really should have just rezzed. Because you call it like a tempo res where like it's not gonna like wipe you if you don't, but you're just gonna have such a longer pull here with the DPS down.
Well now, that dragon hawk seems to have stolen my heart. She won't let you close without a fight.
Any more reading? Yes. Where am I at? Felicin? I don't even know how you pronounce her name. She met up with the Toblakai. And she is, as usual, just being mean to everybody. For fun. Just as a nice little hobby. Yeah, she is not nice and brings nothing to the table in every single group that she's with. It's crazy. You've talked before about like likable characters, and this is probably the most unlikable character I've ever read. I've ever fucking read about. Ikariam is about to discover something. It's like, it's about to happen. They got to that city, and he found his, like, old clock or whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Starting this fight with no cooldown sucks, Joker. I am feeling that from the beginning here. He'll turn me around on her. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. A little, sorta. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, actually, my favorite thing so far is that Duiker ran into Gessler and Stormy and everybody again. And I guess I should have expected it. But they're like, there's some random old soldiers. And like every single time it happens, they're always like old guard. You know, serve the old emperor kind of stuff. It makes sense. They're all in these like diminished positions and everything. But I swear it's like every fucking time. Like, of course they are important. Or of course they're like veterans of the old emperor. Every time, man. Starting this fight with low mana fucking sucks. Yep.
She reminds me of Marisa.
Nah, I haven't been playing Fellowship.
If her family was threatened.
I didn't know they had a playtest going around, but I was gonna play the new season.
The next relic.
This fever's good. I started that fight with low mana, and that was rough. I gotta get my better water after this.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life.
Yeah, I think it's like end of June, right, for the next Fellowship season.
She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belonged to her.
Yeah, do you know if they posted patch notes yet? What up, Ervin? 'Cause I'm down to do more guides for them. I'll have to look up what's good, what's different. Boop. Oh, it's NDA playtest? Okay. Makes sense, makes sense. locked in, Charlie. Just locked in. Should be right about the point where things get heavy and stay that way. Yeah, I think I am. Cause I'm like 2 or 3 chapters into the 4th book, into Deadhouse Gates. Yeah. All you see is spinning? Yeah. You just gotta worry when you get to boss fights, though. Boss fights are when you actually have to play the game as a monk. But it's definitely a cheat code that over half the key you could just spin through. You could spin through and close your eyes. Yeah, I already ordered... Oh, I guess I already put it on the bookshelves. I already ordered the next 2 books. So, I am set for a bit. So I bought it... I bought Deadhouse Gates as a mass market paperback, the small ones, before my vacation. And the first thing I did when I get back was, I ordered, the larger size, so I'm not trying to, read this tiny-ass print. Plus, it looked better on the bookshelf. But John got me into reading Malazan, if you guys are wondering what we're yapping about.
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once.
Oh, I learned a new word, John. What was it called? Susurration? That was the word used to describe the rustling of the wind in the trees when they entered the butterfly forest. It's a susurration. Give hints for me? Okay. I never know how much I really want to take my time and make guesses about certain characters or what they're gonna do. I felt like I did that a lot more in Stormlight Archive because it was really set up as here's the big reveal, And instead in Malazan, it's hey, here's what's happening. Here's what's going on. At least so far, they don't feel like they're these big hammers dropping. Yeah. Yo, what up, Deathstroke? Try to guess and try to figure shit out? Alright. People even remember that Prez is spec? Bro, I have not seen this much hostility against Prez in I think ever. I'll play my Prez in alt keys and stuff like that, and just getting into the groups is a nightmare. Whoop. That was a little sloppy, movement-wise. The other ones you to guess. I think the books are half spelled out, so you kind of have to guess anyway. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I just, I'm sure that he wants you to turn up, but maybe I just felt it to a way more extreme level with Sanderson, where everything is really, ooh, what's it gonna be? And I think it's fun, right? But there's just always something happening. Or they kind of tee up something, and then I'm again back to the description of I got bolted. That's tough.
Alexander just sets up stuff in the background. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, and that's what I mean, turn up, is you're right. Where it's like, it'll be there, but it's also a lot less like pushed, you know? Mystery, what will happen? And more you're dropped in the middle of the thing. What the fuck's happening? Has it fit together? Exactly. Exactly. As opposed to like in Stormlight Archive, they're like, what happened to the shattered planes and how did it shatter? And they like set that up at the very beginning of the book and they reference it a couple different times over the course of the book. They're like, we don't know. And it really like forces the reader to think about it again and think about it again and think about it again. Battle of the Hunter. Uh-oh. Play while walking, just one foot in front of the other. That is true. I did ask about the ice sheets. But I think the bigger thing that pushed me about the ice sheets was looking at the world map. But they did kind of explain, you know, what was going on. Did they explain, John, what about the, about Hood's servant? Very beginning of Dead House Gates, right? Hood's servant is in Unta. And he just turns out to be a whole bundle of flies. Does that actually get explained? Because there's way too many scenes that are like, Fellison thinks that she saw something really important, but she couldn't comprehend what it was. And I'm like, man, this is like a dumb character, and I don't know what's going on either. Like very, very briefly in passing, the ice sheets were mentioned, Turnip. It was like maybe one line. It's not like, here's how he was flies. Okay, I wanted to know how he was flies. That's okay.
For good reason. They took my life.
I hope the Azoth is explained more. Because at the end of Gardens of the Moon, it's like, there's this thing called an Azoth. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? It just kind of like comes out of nowhere. Like, they've talked about it being a house. They've talked about it, you know, briefly. They talked about it being probably friendly. Yeah, dude, Stormlight Archive's great. Stormlight Archive's great. Very, very good series. Mistborn, also by the same author. Also really good. Depends on what you're into as well. One of my favorites is like, it's like magic and kind of in like a French Revolution era. There's muskets and swords and stuff like that. That's written by, it's called the Powder Mage series. And I forgot who the author is. That's really good. Sanderson writes Mistborn, Stormlight Archive, all that stuff. We were talking about Malazan, which is by Steven Erikson. Oh yeah, Brian McClellan, that's the one. That's the one. I liked Era 2 of Mistborn more than Era 1, to be honest. Get bounced. Get bounced. Oh, dude. The first book of Malazan is so slow and so out there. If I was going to do it all over again, I would probably look at that glossary of characters every 5 seconds. Because I started doing that in the second book, Dead House Gates. Enjoyed it way more. I enjoyed it way, way more. John, did you tell me about Rothfuss before? And how it was never going to be finished? You hated Powder Mage? Really? Love the setting and the magic, but the story didn't work for you at all? Ah, that's disappointing. Bro, the follow-up series I think is even better. Gods of Blood and Powder. I think that's even better than the first one.
Like, you still have the kids as the main characters, but then you have a couple like new characters, new continent. It is kind of funny that they decided that the unknown people that lived in these jungle forests and everything were just a bunch of gingers. But yeah, shit's good, man. If you haven't read the follow-up series, you should. You should. Dresden or Codex Valeria? I've not. I've heard of Jim Butcher, though. Isn't he like a huge writer as well? My favorite recommendation that John gave me, though, was the First Law trilogy, which also, I think the follow-up series was also a little bit better. They were very close together. But I think I enjoy the follow-up series more because I just like was more informed about the world. He pumps books out. Okay, I've probably seen him at the airport or something. Cutie. I probably have. It's Baez. The less you see of him in the books, the better. Yeah, but Baez and or Baez, however you pronounce it, Baez and Heroes was pretty good. I think that was like the perfect amount of him. But man, there's like this follow-up series for the First Law trilogy. So the First Law trilogy is kind of like, you know, standard sort of adventure, fantasy adventure. And then the follow-up series is like, what if you took all the side characters and gave them their own sort of main story? And the first story goes with like, what would happen to a mercenary general if she got betrayed, thrown off a cliff, left for dead, and then she gets to have revenge? Oh, so good. It's like an Ocean's 11 with murder. I've not read Dungeon Crawler, Carl. Heard really good things about it though. Yeah, I love the Lightbringer series, Fawn. I love the Lightbringer series. I think about the ending all the time. People hated on it, but like the more I thought about it in retrospect and like what kind of author that he is, the more I liked it. Like I read the Night Angel series and like it was okay. It was okay. I did like the ending. I did like the ending. I have a good I think I have a good argument for why the ending is good. I feel like a lot of it just goes into like what his influences are as a writer, you know? I don't know. Do people mind if I spoil? I'm currently reading Lightbringer. Nobody said anything. No spoilerinos? You've already read it. No, I can only make the argument if there's spoilers. Do I have to get a Goodreads or something? Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to get a Goodreads. Because that's what they do there on the site, right? Okay. You can? Okay, I will. I will. The whole book, the whole Lightbringer series in general is like, God's not real, and if it exists, it's like a nexus of power that gives us magic, and that's it. It's not a person, it's not some dude in the sky. If it's a dude, they don't care. We got to look out for ourselves, blah, 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 right? That's like the whole fundamental thesis for the bad guys, for the good guys, for any gray characters in the book, everything. Everything is like, nope, not real. And villains, heroes are all making their decisions accordingly. You're saying, this is what I'm going to do here because X, Y, Z. But then it totally just like loses sight of what if every single person in the book is wrong, you know? And what if people are actually getting like what they deserve, you know? The like religion was basically just committing atrocities in the God of the world's name, and they're getting punished for it. They're basically starting the rebellion for the rebels because they just decided to keep on committing atrocities. And that was the only, like, they're like, repent for all this awful stuff we're doing? No, we're just going to keep on doing it, you know? And that's how they were charging up the blinding knife and making their prisms. But then it just, like, never goes to the question of, like, okay, well, what happens if there is a God that's real? And he's going to let those people get punished, and then he's also going to, like, give them an opportunity to redeem themselves. Do you think he's just going to, like, let the entirety of society collapse? Do you think he's just going to let everything happen? No. And they even have the bit where Orhalim takes the eye out of Gavin's head and destroys it, and it sends this massive shockwave across the entire land. And it's sort of this quick, like, nod to, like, yeah, he could come down and fix all the problems for everybody if he wanted to. But also the point was to kind of bring everybody back into his circle. And that requires them taking part in fixing their own problems. Plus, I also kind of like that they muddy down or put less emphasis on, like, the prophecy, when it's like, end of the day, you could kind of make a couple arguments, like, who the prophesized people were.
Hope that one day my sisters will do the same.
Choo-choo.
I shall fill these halls with music.
Maybe in time, John, maybe in time.
Thank you, champions.
Abaddon were like the other, like, fallen angels. It was like a Lucifer analogy, it seems like. Whereas, like, they were like the fallen Eternals that, like, couldn't destroy Orhalim, but they were just trying to, like, take over the land and try to, like, bring around the societal collapse, you know? Yeah. But they kind of brought it up as, like, this big galactic battle of sorts. And how it was all honestly similar to, like, a Mistborn, where it was like you have high-level characters sort of manipulating the main characters and giving them power, influence, training, the extra little push, whatever it might have been. Yeah. It's a banger. I like the ending, though. Because, again, everyone assumes the book's gonna go, like, this way because of all these assumptions, you know? But then he throws at you, like, what if every single character's assumption about the world was just wrong, you know? The sea demons are not actually what you think they are, you know? The blinding knife and white Luxon is not actually what you think it is, you know? Yeah, like the influence on emotions, behavior, all that stuff's great. I thought it was so cool. And, like, the ending with Kip, I think was actually really good as well. Where so much of, like, the society was built off the back of, well, you're either a magic user or you're not. And if you're not a magic user, you know, you're a dun. You're less worthy. I think it was a great thing. I think it was, like, a great finish to it because, yeah, it's sad, but it also puts another responsibility on him. You know? Well, if you look at the responsibility that gets put on Andros at the end of the book, like you have Kip, Andros, and Dazen, and all three of them have another role to play after the book is done. Andros, has to do his thing. Gavin is still continuing basically the fight, the sort of like galactic fight, and he got that the white Luxon from so and so, and he's moving on with that. But then Kip, it's like, well, he gets to bang his hot wife, who they described in depth in the book, and he's going to be the one who's leading the people who are no longer magic users, because that's kind of hinted with Gavin's little fun item that he has at the end of the book. That, like, there's going to be a world where people retire from using magic, and Kip's the beginning of that. Because so much of like his story is, how do you make it so that your standing, your status is not your identity, right? In a world where it was, right? So I think that's a cool part, because every member of his mighty is eventually going to have to retire now. They're not getting freed the way that they used to. And so he's like the first one, basically. Yeah, they made that very clear. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see. I don't know. I think it was interesting. It was definitely something that I had to like think about more after I finished reading it, and like take a step back to better appreciate. Shaman comp. Shaman comp. Also shaman comp. Actually, yeah. Weird shaman comp. Oh, yeah, let me get water. Keep forgetting. It's some kind of tea, isn't it? Tranquility Bloom. There it is. Man. Some of my usual like drink keybinds and other characters actually have stuff on. Yeah. Oh, I guess I could do that. Yeah. That'll work. That'll work. Got him my Zara. Algathar, Magister, Skyreach. It's so weird having a season with no mages. What an amazing season. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I was like, it made my key to boost your rat disc ceiling. I bet you got a lot of shield value out of the mage, man. I bet you got a ton of shield value. Oh, I already have a 19 win. Yeah, we just had the 19 there. And the comps, dude. First 15, let's go. Congrats, my dude. What dungeon? Sky Reach, nice. Oh, did you guys, speaking of Locke, did you guys see Kalamazi's cooking stream? This shit was crazy. I took a couple screenshots. Here's what was going down. Here's what was going down on the cooking stream. This one's still loading. Yeah. Yeah, I literally tuned in. He's got a gas mask and he's got headphones on. Yeah. I could be the Jesse. Yeah, anybody have any guesses as to what he was making? When I tell you, it'll be obvious. I tell you, it'll be obvious. Yeah, it's the hot sauce. It took me, like, I was watching with no volume on for a while as I was doing some keys last night. And I was like, what in the world is he making? And then he finally started showing the hot sauce bottles to the camera. Yeah, because he makes, he plants and grows peppers out on his patio. And so he just had so many that he started making hot sauce. Yeah, that was pretty sick. But I don't know why his, like, I guess that he's not inhaling any of the crushed up peppers or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. It's fucking heavy duty respirator, man. Yep. Either that or meth. Well, that's the thing, you know, it's a slow period in WoW, so, you know, content creators gotta make ends meet, you know? It is Florida. That's right. Fan of us drafting Sonny Styles? Yeah, I think it was kind of needed because I don't know what happened with Bobby Wagner. Did they bring him back? I mean, either way, is he a free agent? Either way, he's getting older. Yeah, what's going on with Bobby Wagner? He's still an unrestricted free agent. Yeah. Actively exploring options. At this point, just get back on the Commanders, man. But they need like a future. Like they need to build like a lot of young talent and everything like that. So I'm glad that we took Sonny Styles. For a very long time, Commanders were just in a time of Riverboat Ron. You know, they were just drafting D-line 24/7.
Hey.
Dave, but man, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, they 100% should bring back Bobby Wagner for a year. Absolutely. He probably still has like another year or two left in him. You know. Yeah, he did, Dub. And everyone was like, it's going to be the best shit ever. We got Ron Rivera. Like, ugh. Chiefs should shop Rishi Rice. I don't know if they're going to get a good deal for him, though. Yeah. Yeah, I felt like Rivera just, like, presided over a consistent, like, collapse. This thing's never really got better. Something the Myles Garrett trade? Yeah, I got chili. Yeah, man. It further highlights, like, why the hell are they drafting Ty Simpson, man? Especially in the first round. In the first round as well. Like, who else was gonna go get him in the first round? Especially when Stafford's like, I'm coming back. And you've got McVay, who completely revitalized Baker Mayfield's career, by the way. Shout out Baker Mayfield. We love him. Yeah, but that's just like such an awful... These people get paid millions of dollars. That's the craziest thing to me, Dub. Is like they just get paid millions of dollars and then it's like a Nepo pick. Like, yeah, nepotism happens everywhere and everything, sure. But like, that's the kind of shit that does get people fired, you know? If you think about it, who drafted who drafted 9 for the Vikings. That guy's gone. The GM for the Vikings is gone. Yeah. And like, I get it. You want to draft a family friend, but could you have gotten away with it in the second round? I think so. And also, how is the expectation of like Matt Stafford just won MVP and he's on stage with his 4 girls and says, "I'm coming back." How do you not just go all in all over again? I'm sure Sean McVay will be fine with whatever backup or whatever random washed up former starting quarterback that they bring in when Stafford retires. And that's the thing, like, it's all about how much like Stafford wants, because he's still moving. Like, he was moving insanely well and throwing insanely well, like he's young again. Like, why don't you just ride it as far as you go, you know? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sure he does, man. I'm sure he does. Fucking love Stafford.
Five, four.
You gotta like love the quarterbacks who played on bad teams, still gave it their all every single week. We're getting absolutely killed out there week after week after week and still stuck through it, you know? That's the best stuff ever.
2, 1.
Like, I don't blame like the Andrew Lucks of the world for being like, man, I'm getting killed out there. I made enough money, time to move on, right? But the people who also like stick through that and they're like, no, I want to win. I will be on a team eventually that will win. It's pretty sick, you know? Yeah, they traded Jared Verse for him, right? Yeah, I mean, like, Goff's done a good job, right? And then Goff's not Stafford. I was thinking about that trade today as well when I was watching Good Morning Football and they were hinting about the A.J. Brown trade, which I don't know if it's even happened yet or not, but they're kind of hinting about that, and it always brings up like the trade with Stafford and like who won, and I'm like, well, like both sides actually won that trade, but yeah, obviously you can have wins in different levels. Ruh-roh. Okay, the craziest thing to me, Dave, was they started talking about A.J. Brown being the problem and everything like that. And they started showing highlights, you know, just as they do on sports shows. They started showing highlights. And they showed like 4 straight clips of Jalen Hurts missing A.J. Brown on the field. Just like bad throw, bad throw, bad throw, over and over and over again. And the talking heads are all like, yeah, you know, I think Jalen Hurts I think Jalen Hurts loves A.J. Brown, but he doesn't like him. And I'm like, wasn't that A.J. Brown's whole problem was he wasn't getting the ball, or it was like bad throws? Yeah. Yeah, like Fitzmagic. Exactly, Destro. Yeah. Yeah, like how can you not like people like Ryan Fitzpatrick who just like, they have an absurdly long career and then they just give it their all on every single team, you know? Yeah, he would be like wide open, right? Mac Jones could have been available. He might still be, if you think about it, Joker. Because Mac Jones had a 2-year contract, if I remember correctly. I don't know if he got re-signed, but I know he's still, like, assuming nothing happens, he's still under contract with the Niners for another year. Like, that's a pretty good deal. Go see where Mac Jones is at a year from now, developing again under Shanahan. Top 3 hardest high key dungeons for like timing or for like healing? For C? My take on Jaden Daniels, think we should have grabbed Bo Nix? No. I think Jaden Daniels is gonna be great. No litany. This character is a little over a week old. This is the start of my 2nd week with the character. Nah, I think losing Kingsbury is gonna suck. And they have some kind of like internal hire, I think. for the new offensive coordinator. But I think Jaden Daniels is going to be great. They just gotta keep him healthy, and I think they made the right move. I think they made the right move last time around. Turtle, thank you for the 3 months. And I don't really care that much about Bo Nix dub, because have you seen any of those, like, what do they call them? They're like the hot fields or heat maps. Heat maps, that's what it is. Have you seen the heat maps of like the throwing lanes that Bo Nix takes advantage of? The heat map is insane. It's all like in the flat. That's all you do. You just go to the flat, go to the flat, go to the flat. He does not throw the ball downfield. Now, you could argue that he doesn't have anybody to throw it to downfield, sure, but like his game was like really, really one-dimensional. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's the O-line not giving him enough time or something, but I don't know. I've seen what they've done with the Lamar over the years, and how much he stepped up his play, and still stayed super mobile. Can't be the only one tired of seeing Miss Weaver in every dungeon. Well, welcome to the meta part of the season. Buff this priest. Yes, sir. What can you do, man? Oh. I'm just worried that the Commanders are just gonna be bad for another year, dub, before they start actually hitting their stride. That's true. Bo Nix does have Waddle now. Don't say that. I know, man, but still, like, we have like the usual shit where
Survive.
we hate Augs. We have the usual shit where where was I going with this? Oh yeah, Dak has like a down year and then an up year, you know? He and Joe Burrow trade. If you ever look at the fantasy stats or whatever, it'll be like a good Dak year and a bad Dak year and a good Dak year with a bad Burrow year, and they like alternate. Yeah. But I think the Cowboys are going to be a lot better than they were at the start of last year. They like figured out their defense super late after they just fucked it up from the Micah Parsons trade. But they figured it out down the stretch. I feel like they're gonna have like a much better start. And Philly's still gonna be really good, you know. And I think the Giants are only gonna get better too. So well, speaking of like up year, down year, I feel like the Eagles kind of do the same thing with their offense. Giants make the playoffs this year? That'd be hype. That'd be hype. Scadbo's a WoW player, man. We get one of our own in the NFL. Yeah, it's just this part of the season where like everybody's playing Fodham and stuff, Argos. Just how it goes. Unfortunately. Oh, you know who? Okay, so Commanders 2 years ago had like an insane season, new head coach. They changed the roster around a ton, all kinds of stuff, right? And it was like the Cardiac Commanders 2 years ago, and they were winning all these different games by like one score, one score, one score. The next season, they fell off really hard because a lot of the players were older. I'm really curious. It's not the exact same thing, but I'm really curious to see how the Bears are going to do this year. Because they were one of the most exciting teams to watch. I think the last like 3 or 4 games of their season were all these like super close, like nail biter finishes. DJ Moore had like 2 or 3 walk-off touchdowns or something like that in the last like 3 games. It was ridiculous. But now, you know who has DJ Moore? Josh Allen. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Same thing with the Chiefs. Yep, exactly. That's what I'm thinking is like, I wonder if the Bears are going to shit the bed as well. Because everyone's going to be gunning for them. And also, they were just like eking out wins. Very, very narrowly. Yeah. Well, that's the thing too, yeah. That's a good call on the Pats as well, Vab. The Bears. You want the Commanders to sign Stephon Diggs, really? Who's our number 2? Kind of nobody. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, would you even want Ayuk after he spends a year being like a drama queen, just not doing his rehab? Like, you don't even know if he's healthy. Stay with the 40-liner players. True, they have the electrical field at their practice station that is causing injuries. Do good this season. We just flop for a top 5, grab a wide receiver next year. Yeah. I think a big storyline, Dub, is going to be like how good this basketball front office is, or whatever it was. Because you know when Ben Johnson was looking to be a head coach, he interviewed with the Commanders, and he's like, yeah, like this isn't a good fit for like what I want to do, whatever. And you know, it seemed like both sides got something good. But I wonder if like there's another bad season for the Commanders, they're really gonna bring to light a lot of stuff about what the new management's doing, new front office is doing. It's not like the last front office was great either, though. That's the problem. Yeah, at least this ownership is not Dan Snyder. And Chad, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, imagine Bobby Kotick owned a football team. That would be Dan Snyder, okay? The devil himself. We're also one of the worst teams in the league. True. Very, very true.
What did he say for fuck's sake, DH? Family friend working for Washington a while back. You could cut your tie off with scissors if you didn't wear Washington colors. Hell yeah. Whole drama with Trent Williams, the front office. Yeah, he had cancer. And they like, didn't they like cover it up or whatever it was? Several $100 ties if you're a front office type. I like that, Nolan. I fuck with that. Everyone's got a uniform, you know? Yeah, they like didn't want to pay him, and then he had like a brain tumor or something, and they had to have this massive oversized helmet for him to play. Like crazy stuff. Like I don't know, if you're an organization that requires high health out of your players to be able to just perform, how are you not like going out of your way to make sure everybody's tested, everyone's got their shit together, going into a season, get them whatever kind of care they need? It's insane to me. It's my uniform? That's a good question. What's a healer's uniform? Maybe it's having like a bag over our heads as we get yelled at. Yeah. A couple times, Chipley. Thank you, man. Maid costume. That's only for other streamers. For some streamers. Yeah. The Wago app itself, Chameleon, lets you import all the strings and stuff like that. !UI. Oh, if you mean the website, maybe we gotta take that down, John. Actually, a bunch of people have been hitting me up about the website lately. Yeah. Xbox doesn't have a connection with Wago, but I put the Xbox profile in the subscriber chat of Discord. So there's like a pin there. Takes care of it. It's like most of the add-on, like almost all the add-ons they use are in the Wago system. They haven't added Xbox, they haven't added Platinator. But yeah, were you looking at the website, Chameleon? Just to double check. I'll just work on an install guide there or something like that. Hey, how you doing, Ira? I know it doesn't hurt you, Pluto, but I can't stand in fire. It's against my nature. It's in my nature. Yeah, like if I don't have cooldowns up, Fonty, then I'll soothe, hit envelops, hit Shayloons. Rip. Let me just take care of that for you. Wago has Platinator profiles, does it? Because it doesn't let me upload Platinator. I wanted to cocoon the Yogg, but he was hiding behind the pillar. Unfortunately. Yeah. Haven't practiced it yet, FFG. If I mess it up, then chat's gonna make fun of me. My fragile self-confidence cannot take that. Gotta practice it off stream for 10 hours.
I mean, I watched Top Gun Chili, but I can't get into the fighter pilot role off watching it alone. DH died, I think because the tank melded, or he ran out of melee range, and then the boss meleeed him. Yeah. Or that. Oh, rip.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Crunch. Alright. I don't know if there's a section or anything critical to, like, attach them. You could just pop into a follower dungeon, though. You can just pop into a follower dungeon and test it out there. I think mine, like, auto-attached my frames, and I just changed the orientation from there. Damn, he bounced fast. Rip. Alright, not even an NT. Let's see. Yeah, I think it just automatically connected. Yeah. Yeah, let me see Super, because, like, this is the profile that we have for creating a Wago pack. And I don't see anything in here. So I don't know, maybe you can, like, just download it or something like that. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's in Platinator here? No. It's strange. Because basically this is how the creators upload stuff. This is how we upload stuff. Like Cell's there, for example, but like I'm not using Cell right now. Yep, a lot of tanks dying. It was also when he ran up the stairs too. Yeah, not sure. Not sure. It's the second time we've depleted Skyreach today. But yeah, Chameleon, how the UI stuff works is you get a menu like this, and you just select like a advanced or custom plugin or whatever it is, and then you can just like pick and choose what parts of the UI that you want to import. The things that are not listed, like I was just talking about, are like Platinator, Mini CC, XBoss. So my Discord, I have just like a Google Doc that I have like those strings and stuff like that for. Here we are again, in front of Skyreach. Oh wait, Shaman comp, tough. I know, I didn't get to the pull I needed either, Cash. One at the very end. Attention, Shaman comp on your monk, 21 MT. Oh shit. Good luck, good luck. Should be a fun one. It's interesting how there's like a lot of DPS flexibility, but not as much for like healers. Yeah, I used Anders frames. Yep. I got some guides on YouTube if you want to check them out. There should be 2 different videos for it. Yeah, I'd love to have a team. I'm going to try to put one together. I have a tank who's gearing up. I got one who's gearing up. But it's tough to be like, who wants to play WoW? Well, not who wants to play WoW at noon on a weekday. Who can play title level keys for WoW on the weekday? 3600 Survivor 100 gets declined all day, every day. I've seen a lot in, I guess they were BM. Is BM just like that much better? I can play, but not sure my boss would like it. Yeah. You just got to get him on board, okay? You just got to get him on board. Oh, man. WoW is kind of tough to like get away with doing work from home though. You got to commit to like 30 minutes of a dungeon, assuming everything goes well. And then if you're on like a phone call or something like that, it's really difficult to like talk and be able to play the game at the same time. Tough to get away with. Frost Mage. Frost Mage. I mean, screw it. No phone calls, all email, get done before X date. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. Amazing my job? Yeah, but that's different. I don't have somebody like, oopsie. I don't have somebody like call me in the middle of it and throw me off the mojo. Plus, I can go nonverbal for a little bit if I need to. I like really gotta lock in on something. Okay, a couple possibilities. Healer AFK. Mind you, my monk's tank was bouncing up and down the whole dungeon. No way he was playing optimally. Did anybody die, though? Did anybody die? I started playing WoW around the time Firelands was out in Cataclysm. No? Then tell him to fuck off. Nobody died. You did your job. I don't know who he thinks he is. Yeah, I don't know. People are just cringe about that. Oh, people are just so cringe about that kind of stuff sometimes, you know? You just ignore them. Yep. Yeah, I started playing around Firelands release. I raided Firelands for the first time when like Dragon Soul was out, and I was like fodder to help the people in my guilds get their mage staff or whatever it is from Firelands. And then I got my first cutting edge from Heroic Madness of Deathwing after it got nerfed by like 20 or 25% or something like that. It was one of those like really, really late kills. It was basically a race to world last that I did. I was playing on my my crappy laptop. Yeah. 20 Windrunner, Bird Boss, Rough Healing Boss. He hit you with that comment. Yeah, so like top 3 hardest fights to heal or something like that, Zupa. And nobody died? It was AFK? Fuck that guy. Who said it? Was it the tank or? How do you feel about Myles Garrett going to the Rams, AJ Brown going to the Pats? I think they're good moves. Yo, Bob, thanks so much for the prime, dude. The tank was saying that? Like, I got shit to do. I would just end with a, did you die? Yeah. Nah, fuck that guy. But did you die? Okay, move on. Yeah, there's like so many times as a healer where like people minimize your success and then, you know, kind of jump on any sort of failure. That's not a disc priest. I know a priest when I see one, and that ain't it. People are called moderators. Yeah, it's facts. Use some water real fast. One sec, one sec. All right. But I felt like the AJ Brown to the Patriots thing was like hinted at for a very long time. Because wasn't it that reporter that was like dating Mike Vrabel or something like that? Wasn't she the one that leaked it first? But then they waited until the trade deadline for it or something? Do I got that right? Damage procs and stuff that are not related to your spells do not convert into atonement. Nah. Can you shroud past the 2 destroyers that are toward the end of the dungeon in seat? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they see through stealth, if I had to guess. Gotta make sure we get none before the key, man. Or else they gonna see. What if ads hit and you're doing top DPS? What'll the boys say? What's my UI? Dander's frames, unhalted unit frames, better cooldown manager. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, it used to be hams. If they bring back Legion Classic, okay, there was an owl trinket that would pump damage, and it would basically be like a minute and a half cooldown, but it would just do damage instead of giving you stats or something like that. And so you would just do an absurd amount of damage, and that damage would convert into atonement healing. That shit owned. This was really, really good. Heard. All right, chat. The Killers, Muse, Red Hot Chili Peppers playlist, or Sum 41, Panic, Fall Out Boy playlist.
5, 4, 3,
Number 1 or number 2?
1.
Sum 41? All right. Oh, I didn't mean to do it right in the middle. Oh well.
5,
Sorry.
4, 3, 2, 1.
My sisters were the last to visit
Archon's just stronger, ready. Yeah, Archon's just stronger.
their bond away. If we can calm the spirits here, the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Nice, AMS already caught one. See? Season, if I was running ads at that time, they would not have caught your AMS soaking up the debuff at the very beginning. Make my job easier. The Darkwind trinket works off damage effects, right? I don't know. I expect that to get fixed in like a week. I feel like I would just waste a lot of time refitting all my gear for it. Not gonna lie. You run Oracle, but you're addicted to prayer of healing? That's a tough combo then. You gotta choose. Oh, I saw some people doing like... I thought some people were trying to get all 4 of them really close together to fully min-max. But... yeah, I'm very much in the mindset like, this is probably gonna get fixed in a week. Maybe less.
Was the peace member of our family. She spent many days tending to the gardens here, but the wilderness has overtaken it now.
Which verse ain't doing it. I know I don't have that good of like variety with my gear already. So I might be able to like pull it off with some like fuckery with rings or something like that, or like, and a couple like recrafts and some weird gem stuff, but I also think that it's extremely likely that it's going to get fixed, nerfed, whatever you want to call it, soon. Because like so much of the game, and I'm not like advocating for it kind of thing, but just like what Blizzard does is they've really tried to reduce the importance of like fine-tuning and optimizing your stats the way you used to, where it was like expected in the past that everyone's using tools and resources to simulate all their gear and reforge all their gear, and they killed off all the reforged stuff, right? Yo, Malrog, thank you for the 21 months. I don't use Cell, I use Dander's frames, and the Dander's profile is !UI. I dispel him and he just gets another one. That's tough. I think Mistweaver's like it's really easy to start with, but it's harder to master. Damn. W. The mark stuff is X-Boss. EX-Boss. Yeah, I think Monk's like really easy to start with, and it's like hard to master. Because like you can get insanely far by just spinning. Like really ridiculously far by just spinning. But then you go to boss fights and you gotta do real shit. And you gotta do your job. I'm very scared of the tank getting fisted, yeah. And I guess I just ring, yeah. That'd be the stun. Yeah, I should have just ropped it or something. So like, he was getting crushed, and so I stunned, but it resyncs all the swing timers. If instead you ring a piece, he can kind of like enter into combat and everything like that. I use bigwigs, and that has like the timers on the middle left here, Celia. But all the big stuff that's in my face on my character, that's the that's X-Boss. Yeah. Run Haste Flask GIF. Yeah. I'm gonna say it's incompatible. All right, let's run it back. Aaron Donald should come back to the Rams. That'd be sick. But I remember seeing the interview with like why he was retiring so early, and he's like he made his money, he got all of the accolades to get into the Hall of Fame, got a ring. He's raising his kid now. That's pretty fucking cool. I think any of the NFL players, like one of the most badass things is when you get to go out on your own terms. You get to retire when you choose to. You don't get like retired by your team or anything like that.
5, 4.
It's like Mike Evans, you know. He paid his dues, got a ring in Tampa. Now he's like, I just kind of want to go wherever, you know. Just want to do my thing.
If we can calm the spirits here, the Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Separated raids M+, like they do PvE for buffs and nerfs. They need to have like a modifier for it. Like healers especially have to have some kind of modifier for doing more or less healing in a dungeon environment. And what it would really do is it would actually allow them to better fine-tune M+, of course, but it would also allow them I can't get close now. Yeah. I mean, I can, but I'm pulling shit. Yeah.
Theresa was the peace.
I don't know why.
She spent many days tending to the gardens here. But the wilderness
Plus, cut off where your team has to actually be coordinated, be above average. It's tough because you could just brute force a lot of time. You could just brute force a ton of time. And that can replace a lot of the skill. Email tell me it's time for my 20-year high school reunion. Just so old that it means I graduated college 12 years ago. I don't know if my high school's even doing any reunion type stuff, but I don't know. I honestly don't really care about that kind of stuff. My dad likes going to his high school reunion because he says everybody looks older than him, so he gets to flex on people. Yeah, I'm just hitting GG. Oh, it's nice timing. Wait, did I just natty dodge that? I took 0 damage. I don't think I had that much absorb on me.
The soothing sounds of my heart brought Marisa joy beyond measure. I'll need that relic.
Okay, instead I stunned at the end when those lashers were like closer to dying and before a new wave came out, and then I just cocooned them on the new wave. I made the leap on the third boss? I don't think I'm the best option for that. I feel like Dev would be better. I don't know, I could be wrong. I know with Fort Brew I'd be pretty tanky. Hang on, let me wait for the interrupt. Got you. Got you. Alright, I'll be right back. Well, now.
Stolen my heart. She won't let you close without fight.
Yo, what up, Griffin? We're back at it. Yeah, I wish I had a good answer for you, Zeke. Like, I've seen some title level players that they didn't buy a carry, but I don't think they were far from being buyers over the years. And then I've also seen some people that are like insane at the game and never really get on like good teams. Or take forever to get onto a good team or something like that, you know? It's tough. Time definitely has a very, very strong impact on your results in WoW. NBA enjoyer? Nah, just like passing. I watched a little bit of Spurs game on Saturday. But I was at a crawfish boil, so I was mainly eating. Eating a lot of crawfish. Your team getting whooped and you wake up still in Oklahoma? That's rough, man. I wonder if in places like Oklahoma that don't really have like, you know, industry or other stuff going on, how do they deal with all these like super high priced homes that these pro athletes have? Like, are they even like liquid? Are they even able to like sell them if they get traded or they gotta leave or whatever it is? Do they just sell them to the other NBA players? Yeah, yeah, exactly, FFG. What if they get traded for like a bad player though, and that guy can't afford it? Well, rent. They'll rent to him. You can afford it on the NBA minimum. Yeah, that's true. What is the NBA minimum? I know there's like a vet minimum in the NFL. It's like a couple $100K a year. Like 1.5 mil a season? Okay.
Beautiful. She reminds me of Arisa. My sister was also ferocity itself.
You trade the team, puts you up in a hotel for the rest of the season? That makes sense.
Come, let's find the next round.
That makes sense.
Sylvanas didn't ask to be Ranger General, but she gave everything to the task, including her life. She trained with a bow gifted by our mother. Undead fanatics have invaded to loot it and
Old money, rich people neighborhoods? Yeah. What did Oklahoma eat? Like, did Oklahoma have oil? What was like the rich industry of Oklahoma? Oil and gas? Okay. Because I know in Texas, it's all like West Texas is like the Permian Basin and all that kind of stuff. Oh, really? Phillips 66. Okay. I've seen that. I've seen it. Oil, gas, cattle. Gotcha. Okay, attracts also attracts tourists. Oh, hang on. Got real shit to do. Boom. I don't know, a single person vacation in Oklahoma unless I know somebody there. Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, you're talking all this shit. You live in New Mexico. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Three worldwide tourist attractions here. How far out from civilization are they, though? Oh, there's in the cities. Okay. Oh.
This bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need it.
Holy shit. We also have the house from Courage the Cowardly Dog out there, but that's in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, for good reason. Nobody goes out there. Place is haunted. Was that a Tim Allen movie, Hams? Keyboard, I got a... What do I have? A Wooting. That's what it is. A Wooting 2-He. I was really close to getting a DOS keyboard, but the one I wanted was sold out. Wrong tax bracket to be watching this. What, because the Wooting? It's a business expense, baby. That is the work keyboard. Oh, I think it was a Volt. That's right, Ari. Taxman hates to see a streamer coming. Actually, it's JK. We have to pay more employment tax or something like that. We have to do something else for fun. Oh, was it Steve Martin? I always remember Steve Martin for Father of the Bride. And that scene where he goes fucking ballistic in the grocery store over like hot dog buns or something like that. Best rings, you have the Eye of Midnight. It's like the pure haste one. That's a big one. And then, honestly, I think I have a crafted ring right now. Yeah. That's what I've been using. It's full size. Yeah, ever since grade school, where my computer lab teacher told me I would never be able to use, or I'd never reliably have a numpad, so I should stop using it during our lessons. I just always buy one out of spite. Because fuck that teacher. She was wrong. She didn't know shit.
More relic.
Still playing Prot Warrior to 19s. Am I trolling or should roll bear? Depends on your goals, right? Because like if you're just having the time of your life doing it, great. But if your goal is to like get title, then you should probably play Potom. It's entirely up to you. I'm that teacher, I found that rude? No, you're not. No, you're not. I keep track of her. She doesn't watch Twitch. It's okay. 30-year elementary school reunion or 50-year elementary school reunion. I'll be back, and I'll let her know. World didn't turn out how you thought it was, huh? Yeah. Yo, Rave, thanks so much for the 2 months, man. Numpads are great, yeah. But literally, like, my keyboard had a numpad, and when she was teaching us to type, she was like, you can't use the numpad. But I'm like, that's where the numbers are. She's like, no, you may not have that. Fucking crazy. Like, you know all those, like, would you rather, or would you rather have $5 million right now, or would you rather start over again at like 8 years old with all the knowledge you currently have? I'd probably go start again at 8 years old, specifically to like fuck with the people that said stupid stuff like that over the years. Like, oh yeah, you'll never have that. You won't have that technology or whatever it is, right? Because it could have been so simple. I don't know if I even had any money back then or an allowance. Probably not. But I could have been like, hey, I went to Best Buy, or I guess fucking Walmart at the time, and they had keyboards and numpads there. And when I'm an adult, I'm gonna buy those. Yeah, Circuit City. Yeah, I'd go to Circuit City. Fuck. The throwback, man. The throwback. Stun. Yeah, Radio Shack. True. Radio Shack is the GOAT. I had a Radio Shack right next to the hobby shop that I spent a lot of time at growing up. They had a Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh days at the hobby shop. And I had a Millennium Shield in my Yu-Gi-Oh deck. And it was like a huge like stall card. You put that down in defense mode, had no attack, just big ass meat shield. Drove the kids in the hobby shop crazy. That was like my rarest card.
Only the strongest survive.
That was like my rarest card by far. It was not a very good card, but you know. Just have fun with Prop Alley? Yeah. Bam. 10 keyless keyboards that throws your shoulder out of whack. Yeah. It's just a convenient tool, Hams. It's crazy. It's just like, I don't know, everything from calculators on up, just had all the numbers there, made it very easy. Simple as. Yeah, so if you're definitely not that, let's see, you're close to 1%. Yeah, dude, how about that, Tweedle? Why don't you make the goal, go for 1%? Prio just having fun, right? Like, maybe you're gonna have a season where you're like, holy shit, I really want to go for title and push myself. Like, maybe that's a future season, maybe not now, right? Maybe there will be a Pro Warrior season and you'll be like well positioned for it. But yeah, I would just say like I'm going Fodum for a very specific reason, you know? I want to get title on Monk first, and then I want to go get it on Priest after. Simple as that. .1% is puggable, so you can get high on pugs, but 5 stacks are a couple high levels higher. Blech. What I would do is I would pug to like, well, actually, what I'm planning to do is basically just pug to close to title, and that's gonna just help me learn, you know, all the fights as Monk and get really used to it and stuff. And then I'm really gonna go out of my way to like find a consistent squad afterwards. So I feel like what most people should do is if they like roll Fodum and they want to get title, pug a lot, understand, you know, all the ins and outs and stuff like that with pug strats, whatever. But then also like once you start grouping up with like good players, once you start finding those good players who make these runs smooth and easy and everything, that's where you got to be like going out of your way to friend people, build up a network to play with, all that stuff. You don't need to have like a perfect consistent team that always plays on Fridays. But if you have a friends list that like, hey, let's see who's on, and you know, you're able to see from there, that goes very, very far for your progression. Right, and that's the other thing too, is like good help is hard to come by. Good help is definitely like really, really hard to come by. The DH has been baiting the jump. He's not, oh, he moved into melee at the last second there. Monk is like 286. 286. Yeah, I gotta get 2 more pieces of Myth Track shoulders and helm. That's what I'm missing right now. And then we can get up to 289, 290, whatever.
I'll use these relics to return peace to the spire. Perhaps then my sisters will return to me. There, the restless heart that haunts us. Please, let it to rest.
Yeah, this guy's like a week and a half old. This is the start of the second week playing this guy. Around with some garbage trinkets here. Streamer luck? No, I just had a good plan. All I did was use the like dozen coin rolls on just getting myself decked out in Biss. Oh almost perfect. Almost. Oh my god. The movement. What's I had to pull out heels like this? A lot of ground beef and rice. A lot of ground beef and rice. I had ground beef and roasted garlic potatoes today, actually. A little bit of a change up. Live, no! Oh, mama. The one I was gonna get got yoinked. I had to adapt. Bam. Oh.
Spirits that linger within these halls have found peace.
TNT.
I hope that one day my sisters will be able to do the same.
What can you do?
For myself, I shall fill the
What can you do? Yep, off by 8 seconds.
Thank you, champions.
What a time with Star Manity. True. Yep. Bond in the new James Bond game looks exactly like you. I look like James Bond? Oh, perfect. Thanks, man. That made my day. That's tough. That's a 3K overkill. Fuck. I'd instant noodles today at a time and not to be backseating, but it's the truth. It's okay, Stace. The truth's just gotta come out sometimes, you know? Truth's just gotta come out sometimes. Thank you for speaking the truth today. Next instance to get bonus rolls from. Finish Pit on the Monk. So I actually think the strategy is not to do Pit. Okay? Of course, Stace. I think, I mean, I guess it's like hindsight 2020, but I think a lot of people recommending Pit. It worked before when you didn't have that many coin rolls, but since you have a 12 and you're going to get 14 total tomorrow or Wednesday for EU, I think it's actually better to do, I think it's Windrunner and Magister's Terrace for Mistweaver. It doesn't give you perfect stats, but you catalyze most of the pieces, so that doesn't matter. And you get minimal overlap when it comes to your bonus rolls. Because now that you've done Pit, there's very few dungeons that have minimal overlap between the Pit loot. And so when you have 12 coins or 14 coins, the entire goal is to not waste coins, or to waste as few coins as possible and deck out every single piece in Mythic Track. So I went with the Pit strategy as well, and then I needed Helm and Shoulders, and then I ran Seat for them, but then I burned coin rolls on like the Zeral staff, and I missed. And so I actually wasted like 2 or 3 coins. So what I would do for anybody who's just starting a monk is I would just use all your coin rolls in Windrunner and Magister's Terrace. That'll get you every slot Mythic Track. And then you use any future coin rolls after that for raiding, if you are raiding. You know, then you go Chimeras, then you go Pallies and stuff like that. But I think if you're like rolling in Skyreach, for example, there's a lot of dead rolls that you could have after you do Pit, for example. You have 3 different weapons, for example, and going into like Brew puts up a 1-hand, or the 2-hander. Brew and Windwalker put up 2-handers. So that's like negative synergy there. So you have like 4 weapons you could be burning on. And so there's like a really high chance that you could be like wasting loot by doing that. But if you did Magister's Terrace and you did Windrunner, there's I think 2 coin rolls that could get wasted if you went for everything. But also, you know, you might be able to like adapt, and you're like, oh, I didn't get a cloak or something like that. I'll just go craft that instead, you know? Yeah. Everything your priest and Windrunner Spire only lost 1 roll. Yeah, that's a good way to do it, right? Because it also just depends on if you're raiding or not. Because if you're raiding, then like, yeah, you want to hold up coins. Because that's what I'm doing now, is I'm just using coin rolls on Chimeras and using coin rolls on Paladins forever. I assume we just keep on getting rolls forever. I don't know, actually, what the like long-term cap is. It's kind of nuts getting 14 coins, man. But I assume it's going to continue. Yeah. The ring set is in between millions of items a seat. Yeah, I'm not too worried about hitting the sets, though. Maybe they get put together in vaults, maybe not. Star Manatee Key? Missy, your stats should be focusing on to do more damage, and keys, haste crit. Yeah. Haste crit. No idea where to get hands. That's a good question. Oh my god, we got the invite. All right, Star Manatee. A beans tier list. S tier, black beans. B tier, about everything else. All right, let me buy it real fast. We'll see if they kick me or not. The Rhett wants a shaman. Right back. We'll see.
Did we get kicked? Oh my god, we got kicked. Oh my god, we got kicked. Tragic. Her old Miss Weaver just to get kicked. Hey, I know, man. Hey, thank you, Stays. Got my back today, man. Got my back today. The fact that they're delaying the new Fable game because of GTA. It's kind of smart. I definitely get where you're coming from, though, but that's kind of smart. You just should get out of the way. You should get out of the way of GTA. What's the new release date for it? Nice. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Have to do some of this Fizz Comp Ret Shaman lobby. I was thinking about what Captain told you, humanity. I was thinking about what Captain told you. Yeah, Monk just does a lot of healing, a lot of damn. It also doesn't really have like the weak spots that it had in beta either. There are so many times where like moving around your Soothing Mist makes it so much easier. Well, like moving around your Soothing Mists and being able to have a stronger baseline Shayloons. Both of those things are like really, really insane for reversing like bursty damage, especially on boss fights. Especially on boss fights. You know what's holding everybody down, humanity? It's the Rets and the Hunters and everybody. Those are the ones. Those are the ones who are making the groups. So that's why they're forcing the Shaman on us. On all these groups. Yeah, and Warriors too. And Warriors too. Do they benefit a lot from Shaman Sky Fury? Go to wait. They like it a lot? Okay. Not as much as Ret. Yeah, dude, Rets are like, they refuse to run with anybody that's not a Shaman. Yeah. Oh, do they really, Darts? Huh. I feel like I've run quite a few times with like a Warrior and no Shaman. But anytime I group up with a Ret, they're like, I will only play with a Shaman. Yo, Echo Vibes, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, Rets are crazy about it. Wouldn't worry about those rude Rets. They weren't first in line when God distributed IQ. I think a lot of people are just going to push it up as high as they can, Hannah. And I think that's kind of what happened where like the healers and tanks reroll really, really fast. And then everybody else is like still kind of clinging on to what they have before they feel forced to. I don't know.
Who's demanding Prez? Nobody. Nobody. How do we get linked spirits? We can do that. I'll probably get more healing out of that. Who knows? You really get much out of Yulon's. It is good for the last boss. Good for a couple fights. I need 1 point. Because, yeah, it has to be something down here. Maybe it would be Todd cooldown. Pug's always been this competitive. Like super sweaty about wanting Fodham. It happens late in the season. I think it always happens late in the season. Yeah. Actually, fuck it. We'll just get move speed. Arcane Mage is staring at the horizon. Dude, Mage is in shambles. Mage is in shambles. Off on keys, I made it. At 100 times play AUG, Dev is also bad. The thing I think Prez is fun to play, but also, oh my god, the situations you get thrown into in keys, just like, I don't know. Maybe I'll have to go back. Are you playing the new like Double Verdant Embrace, Blossom stuff? If I didn't play much of that, so I don't know if I gotta go back and try it out. Not enjoying disc and keys. What I suggest I play? Pug typically, but I found I'm not having fun with disc and it's killing your level M plus and WoW. Shaman or Monk are really the big two right now. The nice thing about it, Shine, is, you know, yeah, you got to do a lot of keys, but you can also get fully decked out. If they're fresh characters, you can get fully decked out in all Mythic Track gear immediately. It's ridiculous. And actually, I think they want to run the same dungeon. Let me double check. Yeah, okay. So, my recommendation, Shine, pick Shaman or Monk. Can't go wrong with either of them. And then, regardless of which one you pick, you want to run Windrunner and Magisters and use all your coins. That's going to guarantee that you get full, decked out Mythic Track gear in every single slot. You're going to waste a couple coins doing it. So, if you, like, have done, I don't know, Windrunner 7 times and there's only one piece you could get left, like, keep an eye out for what that piece could be. It might be something, you know, you don't want to coin roll on, something like that. But in general, I went down the list for all the healers, and, like, that's the most efficient way to get full Mythic Track as fast as possible. Like, obviously, if you raid, your guild will bring you to a boss. Like, that changes the whole formula. But the, like, quick and dirty, for Shaman, Druid, and Monk, is to do Windrunner and Magisters and just spam your 12 or 14 coin rolls in those dungeons. Yeah. I think for all those healers I listed, I think you maybe waste 1 or 2 coins in the process, but it gets you everything else. Yeah, like Mythic Aversian I brought my Monk to because he also needed something from it. Like, if you can raid, it definitely changes the formula. I'm sure that the, like, perfect optimal formula would be, like, mixing raid and keys and stuff like that together. But this is, like, the quickest version. Yeah.
Holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Storm.
Graveyard's finding group I can't do anything with that isn't EU. Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's costing 2 bonus rolls and you can only do it once per week. I get it. I'm not. It's a little annoying, but I don't think it's the end of the world. Yeah. And that's the thing is like if you can pug, and if you work to pug that kind of stuff, you get richly rewarded. Richly rewarded. How's your weekend, Rob? Coined pit until I had wrists left. I crafted those and went to coin Skyreach to get a weapon. Coined every item in Skyreach except a weapon. Yep. And that's the thing is I did it with seat to try to fill out like head and shoulders and stuff, and I just had bad rolls. So that's why I like looked and I was like, okay, I think there's a better way to do this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta transcend. Shaman out last week. I already got him to 286. Yeah, man. I got this guy to max level last weekend. And if I had used my coin rolls better, I would already be 289. But even with some suboptimal coin rolls, still 286. So we take those. Oh yeah, the all guys were in stone as well. Yeah. Yeah, if you have 285 for the Mythic Crest discount, it's insane. Literally cuts the amount of dungeons you have to do in half. Yeah. Oh yeah, the last dungeon drop. Dude, we were so close to timing that last key. The AUG died 4 times in the run.
3, 2.
Oh, tough. Yep.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Like, I got meleeed one time.
Required to gain entry to the Void Storm, the cynosure of Twilight.
3 of the AUG deaths were like standing in bad though. I think 3 of them are. That's all good. We time the next one. M plus all guide. One of the pros is they're tanky. I feel like so many spec guides are so fake. Is this Wowhead, Cola? It ain't Jack. Cal can't trust it. So they've been doing they have like new management at Wowhead. And as a result, they've been doing like a lot of reformatting.
I'm afraid we'll have to incapacitate the gods.
And so there's moments where like I feel like I'm formatting stuff more than I'm actually like writing stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if I definitely had it with my guides, and there's some things I had to correct with my guides where I had some old info. But I wouldn't be surprised if other people did that too. They were just in the midst of like reformatting wars and just missed something. Squishy does a lot of different things with Wowhead. He manages the people who write the tier lists. So like I write the M+ tier list or something like that. Tettles writes some of them. Dratnos writes some of them. So he manages us for that. He does most of the interview work, I believe. Whenever Wowhead like interviews somebody. I think most of the staff people take part in like writing news articles and stuff on their own. And then he's in charge of like some other part of the site, I think, with writers. Not class guides, though. Person in charge of class guides is the rogue now. But yeah, like one of the beefs, and like I've said it to the Wowhead staff and everything in the past, is that there's a lot of like in the Wowhead guides, there's just a lot of repetition where the same information is listed in different sections. And it's one of my least favorite things about the gig is basically just having to repeat info, but then you also have to go update info in like 4 different spots. So if something changes, you got to go to 4 different pages to change it. And if it doesn't, and it doesn't do it automatically just because of how the system works. And so it's just ripe for like stuff getting out of date really easily, because you might have updated it on 2 pages, but then you forgot the 3rd page, and you know, then somebody checks the 3rd page, and they're like, "What the fuck?" You know, that kind of stuff happens all the time. Rot damage, I don't really feel like it's too bad. If it gets so bad, you could just like spread around envelops and stuff. Most of the time I try to like mix in fist weaving and supplement with Shayloons here and there as needed. Okay, we spin. We spin. And I am conduiting. Since there's all that taking damage here, plus big pressure. There we go. Tiger's lusted and we dispelled out of that. Man, the timings they have for these ignitions are nasty. It's all good though. Oh, nice. Okay. I get a spin. Oh, we got a refreshed spin. More powered up spins. Oh my god, we have another powered up spin. The game knows it wants me to do big damn. Oh, no. Wrong turn. Wrong turn. Your what do you call it? Your Emperor's Elixir, which gives you Jade Fire Stomp, does a ton of damage. That and spinning. That and spinning. Yeah, so unlike this priest, Blizzard actually wants your damage to convert into healing. So they make your healing good. Or they make your damage good, so that your healing's gonna be good. But they don't want that to happen for this priest. So our damage is bad. That's the rule. Fuck it. I'm hitting a cocoon. This is a lot of fun. But also buff our damage, please. Oh, please. Yeah, it's kind of nuts because like you do have some insane shields. Well, they're not enough. W. For taking my UI setup, I have in the past, a long time ago. I've been just like healing exclusively this expansion. But you could definitely set it up. So I mean, it doesn't really require a lot. You'd have to customize how your cooldown manager is ordered. Most tanks don't have their frames low, but like I don't think there's anything really inherently wrong with that as a tank. Yeah, if we get a Blood DK season GIF, I'll do it. If we get a Blood DK season at some point, I'll do it. Dude, we'll just all be Blood DKs, all right? If we get a Blood DK season, we're just all gonna do that. Favorite DPS healer? Disc Priest. Gotta be. I have played with a lot of Blood DKs today. I think I might have played with more Blood DKs than any other tank today. Not sure. Bam! Yes, we hit the Todd before the glaive went out. Let's go! Thank goodness. The sips. Yeah, I mean, it kills me retro when they made a new talent to make penance damage even better in Searing Light, and then they're like, no, we don't actually want people using that. All right, you get in there, Captain. That's tough. That's tough. It's me.
Five, four, three, two, one.
That I don't know, Yif. I feel like you would have seen people do that all the time, though. That's a better cooldown manager, Cola. There's a menu in Better Cooldown Manager where you can like add items, add trinkets, add all kinds of stuff like that.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Yeah, so Better Cooldown Manager is not going to be maintained going into Season 2. I think it'll be fine for the 0.7. Oh my gosh, guys, chill. I'd be really surprised if it wasn't going to work for the 0.7. But my plan is to move off Better Cooldown Manager for Season 2.
3, 2, 1.
I'm kind of looking forward to it. Not because anything wrong with Better Cooldown Manager, but it's like a lot of other add-ons are being, you know, like developed or further elevated and everything like that. So it'd be fun just to like experiment with a bunch of different stuff, see what people like. Hopefully I'll have like even more of the UI on the Wago system, because I know it also sucks. It also absolutely sucks having to like import specific pieces outside of the Wago system. Yeah, Ellesmere was talking to me about some of the frames and stuff like that, the healer frame type stuff. So I'll let him know I'm gonna try stuff when Season 2 comes around.
Somehow, the void has broken through.
Detrimental having a UI relying on multiple add-ons, opposed to running a handful that can cover it. massive points, multiple points failure is always worse. Yeah, but like, how does that go in like reality, right? This isn't like a bunch of rivets or something like that holding a machine together. But I do agree my UI can be better. That's why I was saying I'm gonna be looking at everything again. I'm gonna look at everything again when the the new season's coming around. Personally, I just like having consistency, especially for when other people are using my UI. I found the setup that I liked in beta, and I was like, all right, here's what I'm running into with the expansion. And then the next season's gonna come around and be like, all right, what's gonna be the best option for me then? And change stuff up from there. So unless I have like a big reason, like in this case, you know, better cooldown manager or unhalted not being maintained going into season 2, like that's a big reason. But if I don't have like a big reason and things work properly and they're consistent, then I'm down. But like what made me get rid of LVY years ago was when every single launch day, no matter what, for a new patch, LVY would be down. LVY would be down like the entire day or multiple days, and I was just like, it's not worth it. So I think I have some hesitance to use a one size fits all add-on, because there was other times in the past where like certain nameplates or unit frames or raid frames or whatever I would use elsewhere, and then I'm turning off a bunch of different features, right? But like I said, everything is going to be up for grabs in Season 2 PTR. Try all the stuff out. I'll probably build like 2 or 3 different UIs out of different add-ons and try stuff. Pop. Oh, too early. I wish I knew what they were doing next season for healer frames. I hope they fix the boss debuff situation, because that shit is the worst. That shit is the worst. Yeah, my biggest pain point is boss debuffs right now. And a lot of that is on Blizzard. Most of that I would say is on Blizzard. It's not like the add-on developers can do much about it when it's a private aura. So yeah, and it's just like very difficult with how modern rating just works. I feel like it, you know, you can kind of get around it in M+ in a couple different ways, but modern rating, like there's so many debuffs to look at, and not being able to like highlight your frames, like yeah, you could play around it, but it just gets like so much. It becomes like your skill test is about your eyesight rather than on like I have the information, let me make a really informed decision on it. You know, that was one of the best things that Cell had back in the day, was being able to see all the boss debuffs on a specific boss fight, turn them on, turn them off, emphasize them, de-emphasize them, whatever, right? And like, it's just very difficult to not have tools that do that, if you think about it. It's very, very, very difficult. Because that's just kind of what the game throws at you, you know? Like, I guess I had the best eyesight, I suppose, on Mythic Aversian at the beginning. Because I was the one making the calls for the dispels on Mythic Aversian, because the other healers just couldn't see it. And I could, like, barely see it, and it was the tiny little icons on my frames. I'm like, well, fuck it. I guess I'll call it. But it's like, it's kind of a shitty feeling when you're like, okay, well, I'll call the mechanics so I can see them. Other people can't see them. Pow. Bro, Rising Sun Kick and I assume that your Jade Fire also does Ancient Teachings healing. It'd be weird if it didn't. It feels so insane, man. I'm just gonna revival it. Oh, into a powered up spin. Oh, it's hard to keep up people's disc. I think boss fights are pretty easy. Or sorry, I think trash is pretty easy. Excuse me. I think trash is pretty easy to keep people alive. I think boss fights can be hard. Once you get used to like spreading around your dots, and I have a recent video. It's like a full masterclass video which goes over like all the stuff. You follow that, I think you're gonna have a really easy time on trash. Tough time on boss fights though. Only so much you can do there. So it's because you're very cooldown centric, where like most of your healing is coming from your penance or your shadow mend. And so when you're in between penance cooldowns, it's just a lot harder to be successful. That's really the crux of it, I would say. So yeah, but definitely give it a try. Like, I'm talking more about like the extremes, like when you start getting into like really high-end keys and like high damage and everything like that. But if you understand the dungeons, if you've done the dungeons before, you're like, okay, I know what deals damage, I know what's coming. You're gonna have a significantly easier time than, you know, a lot of other people. Because so often, like, especially as a healer, a lot of times people aren't looking at like, what's the next pull? What's the next thing that's coming up? When can I use my next cooldown? And for disc, you have, you know, Archangel on like a really short cooldown. Yeah, so just definitely do it, Swish. I think you'll have a good time. Exactly, yeah. I'm thinking of like, stuff's gonna get tough when you're in like the 16s, 18s, 20s, etc. Yeah. But no healer is gonna have a hard time with 10s or 12s or anything like that, you know? Maybe if Uppy's retrograde was just a good button and not an awful button, maybe that could fill it in. They just gotta make Uppy's a good button. Hell yeah, Swishy. Good luck, dude. Yeah, I don't blame you, Yif. Yeah. Dude, if we got a reverse leap, oh my god, I would have the time of my life on Raid Prog, let me tell you. I would have the time of my life. So much potential there. Yeah, start without having a 4-minute cooldown? Nope, sorry, it's impossible. Can't be done. Oh no. Shadow heavy disc builds? Not in a while. I mean, we played like the pet build at the beginning of the expansion and keys and everything like that. Play a little bit of Void Weaver at the start of the expansion. Rutro Raggy. I can.
I'll need to attune the Cynosure to the Void Storm.
Damn.
What is that monstrosity? You keep it occupied while I channel the spell and end this chaos.
You get around those. Right here, man. I'm right here. Well, Smith, thanks so much for the 9 months, dude. Oh, that's fucking tough. Yeah, well, NT. I don't think he died 10 times. What is this Hunter Deathlog thing? Oh, well. Rip. Oh, and the Hunter feigns. Okay. Man, damage meters are so bad now. I was wondering. I was like, I saw that as well in details before where it said Hunter had 10 deaths. I was like, there's no way he had 10 deaths. I do track my own racial, but it's actually hidden behind this trinket here. Once I stop running double on use. Or is it behind both of them? It should be there. PCBM. Oh, maybe I only have it tracking Shadow Meld, Pushback. Yeah, I have it tracking Shadow Meld. I don't have it tracking Arcane Torrent. Because I'm still a Blood Elf. I'll fix that at some point. Just been a bum lately. I probably will, Yif. I probably will. Yep. You're playing Age Priest in like 3 months in without pressing Shadow Fiend? I don't think it was 3 months. Ooh, Shadow Fiend is Holy Priest. Big damn. No, wait. It was before they changed around the class tree. And you had to burn like every single talent point to get any manner of utility and defensives. I think I remember what you're talking about, where I just took defensives instead of taking the like tiny point of extra damage. Is Big Grief to be Dwarf instead of Night Elf? No, some classes like are 50-50 split between Night Elf and Dwarf and everything. I think Night Elf has more utility for like stopping a lot of damage and a lot of hits from happening to begin with. Yeah. But it's not like it used to be like in, I don't know, late Dragonflight or something along those lines, where you would go into, what was it, Dawn of the Infinite, and if you Night Elfed a mechanic, it would just stop the mechanic entirely from happening. That shit was insane. It gave back some mana yield, but not like that much. Not really that much. I almost got to 3,800 today. Or yeah, like a ridiculous amount of like boss skips and everything like that. Plus for Shaman coming really necessary with like the mana stuff. They definitely needed like raid buffs, and I don't think it really changes anything for M plus because they already like were not running out of mana. I think that they're just making like really ineffective changes. Is probably how I would describe it, because they don't have the right tools. They're not developing like the right tools to be able to deal with their problems, you know? Like having M plus modifiers to change more healing, less healing to certain abilities, I think is so important. And it would make M plus better, but it would also make raid a lot better too. Because you don't want to have healers be very strong in raids. And I mean strong by like pushing up health bars very, very fast. Because then the encounter designers respond by making the damage very spiky in return. You know? And so that's where you get like, if you're a Mythic Raider or something like that right now, Mythic healing is getting less fun over time because you just get super geared, super juiced, super fast. And so if they had an M plus modifier, then you could have people be weaker in raids, but also stronger. You could push up health bars faster in a key environment, because that's kind of important because you're already going to those higher level keys. You're going to get into ultra spiky damage. And, you know, I think around, I don't know, 15, 16s or so is when damage starts getting like quite spiky. But before then, you can actually like relate pretty easily, or you can not relate, you can like respond pretty easily, I think, in 10s and 12s and even like 13s, 14s of like, people take damage, I have time to think about what I'm doing, and it's not just like spam buttons or die. Yeah. Split buffs are good for everything but Prez and keys. Prez and keys is a huge amount of changes, and I feel like shit. Yeah. And that's where I think the talent trees also got to come into play. Because it's not true for every single talent tree, but there's a lot of talent trees. Like, Disc is the first one that comes to mind, but even Holy Priest as well, where you basically are running like almost the same talents between raids and keys. Or you might be running 90% or 80% of the same talents. It's like, what are the rest of these talents actually doing? Besides just taking up space, you know? I don't know. I'd be kind of fine if there were some like choice nodes that were like, this thing only works in keys, this thing only works in raid, but I know Blizzard probably doesn't want to do that stuff. Yep. What can you do? Anyway, dudes, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna get some dinner together, and I got a raid later tonight. But I'll be back tomorrow. I got a couple appointments during the day, but I'll be back probably around 2 Eastern, I think. Yeah, somewhere around 2 Eastern, give or take. All right. Thanks for all the love tonight, you guys. I'll be back tomorrow for Reset box opening. We're going to have a huge vault on our Mistweaver. And also a couple other characters, too. All right? Take it easy, guys. Have a great night.